area. And they believe that it was important for this trial to be held here. Now, when we talk to those community activists, those who have been pushing for racial equality, for them, the justice in this case is only a conviction, and really it's a conviction of murder and not that lower charge of manslaughter in this case. But most are looking for at least some kind of a conviction to just show that if an African-American man who is unarmed is killed by police, that there will be consequences for that. So a lot is riding on this case, despite the fact that what happens inside this courtroom, or what happened in the courtroom. There are people who have tacked on other cases that they felt didn't get handled the way that they felt it should have. They're looking at this one to remedy that.
No question about it. And Vinnie Politan, I want to get you involved now. We talked about justice, what it may look like, and Junior talked about a couple of different groups and what justice might look like to them. I want you to put on your criminal defense hat now. I know that's difficult for you, but I want you to do that for us. And I want you to take a look and think if perhaps there was a fair trial for Derek Chauvin here. I've contended from the beginning. I was surprised that this jury wasn't sequestered. We knew from the beginning the case was going to take about 3 weeks long, not a tremendously long time to sequester a jury. And with all that was going on and all that did actually go on, the comments by public officials, the huge settlement that happened. We had an issue where someone went home and they taped the program and saw some part of coverage of the trial, talked to their mother about the trial. There was some speculation if somebody had been looking for a book deal. I mean, it went on and on. And I'm wondering if you think that Derek Chauvin was able to get a fair trial.
Well, you asked me to put on a criminal defense hat. It doesn't really fit my head, but here's what's, I mean, there are a lot of issues surrounding this, a lot of them, but a lot of them are in all high-profile cases, but we've never quite seen one with this mixture. And it comes back to what I was originally saying, which is the speed of all of this. The wounds are still raw. Everything is raw, and the trial is taking place. Usually when we have a trial like this, it's been a year, it's been 2 years, and while it still hurts, it's not quite at the same stage that this one is at. So that inflames everything. Sequestering a jury, you know, yes, you can protect them, and I've seen it in other cases. They've done it in other cases. They did it in the Zimmerman case. So I think that is going to be the one area where the defense is going to say there was just too much happening around here. But you're going to need actual evidence that it impacted everything. How do you prove that? You've got to have some evidence that a juror heard something, saw something, and what they heard or saw actually made them change their mind. And I don't know if we're going to get that.
Vinny, sorry to cut you off. Actually, you're good anyway. I'm going to take everyone into court. It looks like the judge is on the bench. It is time, I believe, for the reading of the verdict.
Come on, guilty verdict. Bitch ass Derek Chauvin. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Bitch ass Derek Chauvin. I'm in the middle of playing GTA 5, doing a mission. Let's get it. Guilty verdict. Derek Chauvin. I have a black son, Derek Chauvin. Fuck you, Derek Chauvin.
Members of the jury, I will now read the verdicts as they will appear in the permanent record.
Please, 12 juries. Verdict. Be guilty.
District Court, 4th Judicial District. State of Minnesota Plaintiff versus Derek Michael Chauvin, Defendant. Verdict, count 1. Court file number 27, CR 20-12646.
I have a black
the jury
son.
in the above entitled matter as to count 1, unintentional second-degree murder while committing a felony. Find the defendant guilty.
Guilty!
Verdict agreed to this 20th day of April, 2021 at 1:44 p.m.
That's 1.
Signed juror 4-person.
That's 1.
Juror number 19.
Let's get 17 more.
Same caption, verdict count 2. We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to count 2, third-degree murder, perpetrating an eminently dangerous act, find the defendant guilty.
Guilty!
Verdict agreed to this 20th day of April 2021 at 1:45 p.m. Signed by jury foreperson, juror number 19. Same caption, verdict count 3. We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to count 3, second-degree manslaughter, culpable negligence, creating an unreasonable risk, find the defendant guilty.
Guilty! You bitch-ass nigga!
2021 at 1:45 p.m. Jury foreperson 019.
Guilty!
Jury, I'm now going to ask you individually if these are your true and correct verdicts. Please respond yes or no. Juror number 2, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 9, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 19, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 27, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 44, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 52, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 55, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 79, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 85, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 89, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 91, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 92, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Are these your verdicts, so say you one, so say you all?
Yes.
Members of the jury, I find that the verdicts as read reflect the will of the jury and will be filed accordingly. I have to thank you on behalf of the people of the state of Minnesota for not only jury service, but heavy-duty jury service. What I'm going to ask you to do now is to follow the deputy back into your usual room, and I will join you in a few minutes to answer questions and to advise you further. So, all rise for the jury. Be seated. With the guilty verdicts returned, we're going to have Blakely, you may file a written argument as to Blakely factors within 1 week. The court will issue findings on the Blakely factors, the factual findings. 1 week after that, we'll order a PSI immediately returnable in 4 weeks. And we will also have a briefing on, after you get the PSI, 6 weeks from now, and then 8 weeks from now, we will have sentencing. We'll get you the exact dates in a scheduling order. Is there a motion on behalf of the state?
Move to have the court revoke the defendant's bail and remand him into custody pending sentencing.
Bail is revoked, bond is discharged, and the defendant is remanded to the custody of the Hennepin County Sheriff. Anything further? All right. Thank you. We're adjourned.
So, counsel, case, I can let you.
330 some odd days after the death of George Floyd, after 10 hours and 30 minutes or so of deliberations, the jury delivers their verdict through the judge, guilty on all counts. Count 1, second-degree unintentional murder, guilty. Third-degree depraved mind murder, guilty. And manslaughter, culpable negligence, guilty. We thank them for their service and called it heavy-duty jury service, which certainly it was. Just an incredible moment there in the court, a historic verdict. You heard the cheering from outside. Folks happy clearly with that verdict. That's what they have been hoping for. Hopefully that city.
How was school? Let me tell you something. Guilty. All three charges. Guilty. All 3 charges. Guilty on all 3 charges. Derek Chauvin. Guilty on all 3 charges. I'm so happy I'm so happy. Guilty. Huh? I don't know if you ask that because you don't know the way the world works, son. But once you get 21, you'll start figuring out. Not saying all white people or all black people or all Asian or all any nationality of people are right or wrong. But for years, Isaiah, we have as black people, individuals, have been murdered, massacred, destroyed, hung, killed because of just being who we are. We're just black people. I mean, we didn't choose to be black people. We just were born. You know what I mean? So this is, in the world we live in, white people are in power, per se. And they think they're empowered, and they think they can do anything and everything because they always get away. So I'm so glad that there is a guilty verdict on all 3 counts, because now we can at least know that he can face up to 40 years, at least. Maximum is 40. No, he had second degree manslaughter, first degree manslaughter, and then like another charge, second degree. You know, I can't remember all the charges, but all the charges that were implied, but first degree, excuse me, but first degree murder. Now, first degree murder, second degree murder, and third degree murder all have different like details. Like first degree murder, like say if I really want to kill somebody. Let me make a better picture. If somebody hurt my son, like killed you or did something that violates my son, I don't say I have the right as an American or as a human being to go out and go kill the person that harmed you or that killed you or that did any damage to you. But if somebody kills you or anybody does anything to you, son, I will kill them. Point blank, period. And I mean this in all sincerity. If they touch you in the wrong way, if they do anything in the wrong way to you, when I say wrong, I don't mean by calling you names. I don't mean by, little petty stuff. What I mean by is if somebody molests you. Molesting is something I don't know if you know too much about, but if a grown man or a grown woman touch you or advance to you in inappropriate ways, then I will hurt somebody. Don't say kill, but you never know in that situation. But in this situation, this is a person that had no threat on nobody else. Like there was nothing else that he had to prove or do that was imminent, meaning causable for him to kneel on his neck for 9 minutes and 29 seconds. But just to say, if somebody kidnap you, rape you, molest you, or anything bad, oh son, I'm killing them. I am killing that person. And I don't want to sound like a mean daddy, but if somebody harmed my son, my only child, they're gone. You understand? Do you understand the difference? A regular kill, like I'm just gonna kill this person just because they're a person, or if somebody hurt my mother, my father, my son, my son's mother. If somebody hurts your mother, I'm not saying that I will kill for your mother, because I still have to have reasoning to be able to be here for you. You know what I mean? But if somebody violates my son, my first thought is going to be definitely, I am going to hurt you. I'm going to kill you. So that's what first degree murder is. I'm going after this person with full throttle. Like, I want to kill you. Second degree murder is something that is not premeditated, meaning I didn't think about it. It just came upon the situation and I stabbed the person, or in self-defense, blah, blah, blah. It just depends. third degree murder, which I don't believe is really strong, but I think it's like mostly like manslaughter, and manslaughter is like something that happened on accident. There is no purposely manslaughter. There's just no, okay, there is involuntary manslaughter and voluntary manslaughter. Okay, now no, if you rob a bank and shoot the person, like shoot the teller, that would be capital murder. And that's a different thing. Capital murder is basically like if I go in to go rob a store, premeditated, of course. I go in to rob a store, and I just want the money. I just want a couple snacks, and I want monetary valuable things. But the guy I'm with accidentally shoots the gun and kills the dude. So I'm like, yo, dude, I just came to rob the store. What the fuck, man? And you're like, what's going on? Well, if dude gets caught and you get caught, and dude tells his story and you tell your story, and both of you get found guilty, then you're going to jail for capital murder because you did a criminal act in the midst of a violent action coming of it. So, yeah, it's really better not to surround yourself around people that are, first of all, lazy, and then second of all, with a criminal mind. Because just because you didn't know they were going to rob and kill the person, the system is not going to look at that like, oh, they're going to look at you like you're just as guilty as the person that did the actual killing. You understand? So yeah, he got charged for all his charges, which second degree, first degree, and blah blah blah. But they all maximum up to 40 years. Derek Chauvin is like 40-ish. So, huh? Say he's what? Yeah. So I mean, I'm older. So he's about my age, at least 40, 41, or a little bit older. So you think 40 years, he'll be 80. Yeah. I doubt he will get parole. I doubt it, and I double doubt it. 25 years is what he'll probably get, or like 25 to life. 25 years is what he'll probably end up getting, only because you have some people, son, that, oh my gosh, he's guilty. He's guilty. He is so. He's innocent. He's innocent. That was a druggie. He was a druggie. You know, like you have a lot of people that will side for Derek Chauvin just because they have the same characteristics and traits as him. Not saying Derek Chauvin's racist, but there is no way that Derek Chauvin would have put his knee like that on a white man for 32 seconds, let alone 9 minutes and 29 seconds. So yes, like start learning what these laws are. Like I didn't know to learn them as a kid, as a teenager, as a young adult. I'm just now starting to learn them now. Learn the laws, son. If you want to sit down, we don't have to play ps4 all the time, man. We can have fun doing educational stuff. You know, learning the laws of the land. You know, if a police pull you over, or a police just say, hey, let me see your ID, sir, officer, you don't have no probable cause to tell me to give me your ID, my ID to you. I have not done a crime. You're not suspecting me of a crime. So no, officer, I will not show you my ID. It's on any time, at any point in your life, if you get pulled over, pull out your smartphone. I mean, not smart, because you know your iPhone. Pull out your iPhone and start recording. You are allowed to record any police activity at any time. You understand what I'm saying? Do you understand why I'm telling you this? What is your race, son? You are a black man, right? Black boy, black child. Pretty soon you'll be a teenager, a black man in my book. So son, you'll be driving. If you forget to do your left turn signal, they'll pull you over. If they pull you over, don't worry about any situation. Sit your phone where you have your holder and push record. I don't care if it's simple as, you farted, I'm giving you a ticket. Okay, let me turn my camera on first, and then you can give me my ticket. Alright? Isaiah, keep your phone on you at all times. And Isaiah, please don't forget to push record any time that you have an interaction with anybody with authority. You understand? I don't want my son to be in any situation like this. And neither does your mother or grandmother, grandfather, great-granddad. We don't want you to be in this situation. And right now, these times are very harsh. You see, your age doesn't make a difference, right? You're 15, you're 14. Excuse me. You'll be 15 in June, right? Did you hear about the little kid that died in Chicago, 13, being shot by the police? Yes, he had a gun before, but he didn't have a gun when the police shot him. So son, your age has no difference. Jameer Rice, he got shot. He was 12 years old, son. 12. How old are you? Do you think that, I mean, I'm not saying that I want you to think that you could get shot by police, but do you think that maybe you'll get the same justice as these other young black men and kids get? I don't want my son to be shot by police because he's black. I don't want my son, like, there's another case, I think it's in California, it could be wrong, where a black gentleman, a black young kid, like 20, in his 20s, and his girlfriend was white, and they were just riding to just eat dinner, or they were eating dinner and blah blah blah, and some other white people made some, comments at them, and I think they either left or they were already leaving, and the white people called the white girl a nigger lover, and was just spewing like racial slurs at them and blah 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 and blah blah blah, and finally, like, they were trying to run them off the road. So the black man driving shot at the white people, and one of them ended up dying. So now he's locked up. But he's locked up because of people showing ignorance, showing racism, showing stuff that they shouldn't be showing. You understand? So son, like, I don't care where you are, how you are, push record. Have that phone ready. Because I'll be damned if my son gets either killed or gets blamed for something that he didn't do because he's black. You're my boy. You know that, right? And son, I promise you, if anybody take you from me, anybody, and when I say take you, I don't mean like take you from my presence. I mean take you from life. I will kill them. I have no other purpose in this life but to take care of my son. So, son, I say that to say this. Please do not put yourself in any position that your father has to defend your honor by killing somebody. Meaning, like, if you, I'm pretty sure you're going to make it to the NBA. But if you, like, change your mind and start doing other stuff, and then like start cheating people or start doing this or start doing bad stuff to people, then you know bad stuff will start happening to you, right? So I don't want my son to get caught up in anything illicit, which means illegal, that could cause my son's death or hurt or anything. If you want to play basketball, cool. You want to be an NBA player, cool. You want to be a technology, cool. You want to be an engineer, cool. But once you stray off track, son, just know once you stay off track, on track is where you need to be. So if you're riding a train off the track, you're going any and everywhere. It doesn't matter where. You're just crashing through stuff. But if you're on track, you're going on the right destination, you're going on the right path. Alright? That's why I want you to call me sometime. Hey, Dad, what you doing? Let's talk. I call you, I always be like, yo, what's up, son? Nothing. Nothing, 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 nothing. All you tell me is nothing, son. I'm your father. I'm your protector. I need to know what's going on in my son's life at all times. You hear me? And then once that happens, I'll be a very satisfied father. Or my son feels comfortable enough to say, you know what, Dad? I got an F in English or I got an F in reading, but this is why. This is why, Dad. I need more blah, blah, blah. Or I need this or I need that. And then I'll make sure you have whatever you need. Or, Dad, I didn't get the credit that I needed for my college application. I was short $300, so they're going to deny me. Okay, son, I got you. I got you $300. Communication is a big key. All right. And right now we don't have too much of living with each other and seeing each other daily. So if there's anything that I can do on a daily is teach you how to be a man and teach you how to be responsible, teach you how to respond to things that are responding in life. Now, if somebody kill me, son, don't kill nobody. You hear me? If somebody hurt your father, don't hurt nobody. Because then you got to think about your life. Right? You don't want to be sitting in jail or prison for 25 years. You want to be playing basketball for 25 years. Am I wrong or am I right? Yeah, right. So if somebody do something to me, pray to God and live life. Don't do nothing. But if somebody hurt you or somebody is close to me, I will hurt somebody. And I don't want to lead you down the same road because one day you're going to be a LeBron James. You know that, right? You will be a LeBron James, if not greater. So if your son gets hurt, gets damaged, gets kidnapped, gets anything, you just handle it respectfully. I mean, I'm not saying you... I want you to handle things correctly. I have no money. I can't handle nothing correctly. But if you have $1 million, pay $500,000 to get your son back. Don't kill nobody. You know, do whatever. But if I'm telling you, son, once you become a father, you'll understand why I just told you I will hurt somebody if they touch you, if they hurt you, if they... And when I say hurt, I'm not saying hurt like just in, oh, I just punched him. No, I mean hurt like intentionally hurt. Ran him over with a car, set his house on fire, blah, blah, blah. You're my only blood son. Isaiah Elijah Easley is Aaron Christopher Easley's only blood. And my only family. Alright? You're my black son, and you're my son. I don't label you as black, but since you are black, I have a black son. I am a father of a black son, and I want to protect you in any kind of way. If you have any kind of problems that you think you can't talk to your mom about, dude, I'm here for you. Alright? So what's going on? What's going on? What are we doing tomorrow? Huh? I can hear you. I can hear you. No, what you want to do, dude. Don't worry about what. So you want to play some pool tomorrow? Like, and get your ass toe up? Haha. No. Alright. Just sitting here. I'm on a Perico Heist. Scoping. I'm just like bullshit now. I got caught once, so I'm gonna go ahead back to the communication tower. But I was just more trying to just talk to you, man. And all right. Yep.
Yeah, you know what I hate when things sound a little bad with the ingredients?
Say it again?
So, you know what I hate when things sound about the ingredients?
About what?
I hate when it says came made from the same factory peanuts were made in.
Can't make what?
They be like, this food was made in the same factory peanuts was made in.
Oh, I hate when I see that too.
I'm like,
I mean, I don't hate it because I like it that they're letting me know that my son can't have it. But I'm like, you know what?
just tell me if it's peanuts or not.
Well, it does matter now because if you actually eat something like that, it could mess you up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, say Snickers went down the line, right? Snickers has peanuts. So then they put a Musketeer down the line. Musketeer don't have peanuts. That's why places have to say, yo, stuff has been with peanuts in this collection. So we're gonna let you know.
My package was for so my CPU was supposed to come on the 16th, and it came yesterday. And my motherboard and the RAM were supposed to come yesterday, and it's still not here.
Well, today's the 20th. Today's the 20th. Maybe it might come tomorrow.
Like, how am I supposed to be able to sell
Okay,
at a pretty decent pace? My packages aren't even coming in on time.
that's why, son. That's why we have to find you a manufacturer that we can buy multiple units at one time, instead of one or two, or in your case, instead of just one. We can buy multiple units at once. That way, your parts are already ready, and then we can say, "Yo, Isaiah, I have an order for M7773. You got the parts for it?" You'll look through your inventory and be like, "Yup, Dad, I got the parts for it. All right, make it and sell it." But you be like, "Dad, we don't got the parts for M774. I'm like, "All right, we're gonna reorder them. We're gonna tell them it's gonna be a 3-day charge. I mean, a 3-day wait. Blah blah blah." But what we want to do is get everybody satisfied quickly. So I'm gonna be here to help you throughout your trial, son. So if you need extra parts, let me know. I'll buy extra parts, and I will make sure that we have something stocked up for you. That way, everything will go correctly.
Right.
What we need to do as future entrepreneurs, we need to look around and call these computer shops and like try to just network with them. Like, what do you do? How do you do things? And blah blah blah. Make sure you go to places that not on the same side of town as you. That way they don't feel threatened for competition. But definitely, son, I want you to have your business. I don't want you to work for nobody. But if you do want to experience of working for somebody, I'm all right with that. But I don't want you to have to go through what I had to go through. Bullshit. Slaving over hot stove, mopping floors that people just can't seem to stop pissing on, dropping trash. It's just better off that you, son, you work for yourself and you just do what you need to do to make things right. So I want you to do everything you can, and I'm gonna be there as long as I'm alive to help you and guide you. I don't want you to be like me when you grow up. I mean, be like me as a man, but my struggles, I don't want you to have to go through. Because right now, you ain't struggling. You get whatever you want, not when you want it, but you get what you want. Would you agree? And I want you to have that the rest of your life, son.
Never had these in a while. They don't taste. They don't taste the same as, like they used to.
What's that?
These little bites. They don't just hit the spot. They seem like they used to.
Guess who has no dollars in either? Well, they're both on the same account. I have no dollars in GTA. I ain't been on in days, man. I'm kind of getting bored with GTA, but I'll still play it just because. But I think I'm really starting to get bored of it. I mean, I'm doing the same thing. It's not like something new, but yeah, I'll still play it. But yeah, I probably won't play it like every day. And this is the first time in 2 days I've been on. That's weird for me. No.
Why are they not charging them a year later? I'm confused. Why are they charging them just a year later?
Charging who? What?
Derek Chauvin.
Well, I mean, they have to take the process steps. I mean, because you could go do something right now, and they can be like, yo, we have 100% evidence, blah, blah, blah. So we're going to put this evidence into the records, and then we're going to set a trial date. Trial date depends on how serious of the crime and how much evidence they have on somebody. Like, if they have a lot of evidence on you, oh yeah, they're going to have the trial as soon as possible. But if they don't have evidence on you, they're going to keep pushing it off and trying to find ways to divert having a trial so soon.
Okay, second-degree murder. It says, how do you cause a death of a human being on accident?
Okay, second-degree murder causing a death of a human on accident will be something like you and your friend was hunting, and then you stepped in front of the gun when I was shooting the gun, and I could have made adjustments, but I just didn't think quick enough. So that could be a situation. I'm not saying that is a situation, I'm just saying that could be a situation where you accidentally shoot somebody. Like, you can be at you can be at your car, and somebody tries to rob you, and you try to shoot them, you miss them, but shoot somebody else. Now that court will probably find you still not guilty, but they could find you guilty of they could find you guilty of involuntary manslaughter, which means you had no intention on shooting them, but you shot them, so you must have some kind of repercussions, just because that's just how America is made.
Yeah.
But if you go out to be like intentionally shoot this dude or woman, then yeah, they're gonna throw you the book at you.
Nikola Jokic, like, he's a center and he's like, real smooth because he's kind of big.
Mm-hmm.
But he was like, how is someone that slow? They're like, how is someone that slow still unguardable?
Dang.
Yeah, he's pretty good. But he's slow, but he's still able to make still unguardable.
Should have brought my wrist.
Kirby's been on fire.
Fire.
He scored more than 10 threes a game in the last 5 games.
You see that text I sent you, right?
No.
Check it out.
No, I hate when I want to tilt my phone to the side, but it switches.
Yes, me too, bro.
So I put on like screen lock. Yep, Michael Jordan's record. Yep.
And your boy. And your boy. And your boy. You was on Kobe for a while too. Or still. I do not like Michael Jordan no more. No more Michael Jordan in my book. as much as I don't want as much as I don't want LeBron James to be the king or like the GOAT, I'm kind of leaning towards him to being that. No matter how I feel about him, I know that he is an awesome player. He's very yo. Big ol'.
Oh, wait, yeah. Wait.
Look.
Yes.
Wait, what do you mean you're not looking up yet? What do you mean you're not looking up yet?
I'm still on the sky. So,
All right, we'll come back. Ice. simple traffic stop. And before this happened, I was there. What's up, everybody? It's time to get down with the get down. You got Ace back in the place, ready to do this Perico, baby, and get 2 times on the weed. I went straight to the airport, got 1 cocaine, 2 weeds. So I'm gonna get them 2 weeds, double my shit up, and if I can get another cocaine, cool. If not, so be it. Icebreaker Zay, I love you, dude. Y'all follow, like, and subscribe, please. Let's go. There it is. One more time, then we're gonna finish the rest of our mission. Alright, y'all, you got Ace back in the place, ready to get down with the MF and get down. If you got kids, tell them to don't listen to my message, because I need to be talking shit on here, you know, just like everybody else do on GTA. Alright, so right now I'm getting in down with the Perico Heist. I'm only doing the Perico Heist just to build my second character up, because I have $0 in both. So we're finna get down with the get down. Crack shot. No, we're going conspirator. We're getting the pink diamond, baby. Let's go. My other account, my baby account, I'm only using it for sub missions only. So Perico Heist only. No nightclub, no CEO office, which I might buy a CEO office if they don't call me all the freaking time, because you have to have 50,000 and to start a VIP mission, and I don't have 50,000. So I either gotta keep 50,000 or I gotta register as the CEO. So my mission is to keep 50,000 at all times. I just like to spend money, you know, no problem. Not on bullshit, but just on stuff that I really need. I'm at 216. I have my second character at like 30, and I got wiped at 89. So you add the skill points up, people. I have played this game for just 2 years. I've known about it my whole life. not my whole life, you know. Whenever it came out, whenever it first started, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I hate this fucking mission, man. But, whatever. Let's get it. I feel like blowing it up every time I see it because I have to go through all this bullshit just to get to the fucking... the guns. Come on, Merriweather, get to the point, damn it. I'm gonna drop down some. I'm gonna drop right above their ass. Right above them now, right above them. Let's go. You don't want to hit the chopper now, so don't fuck it up. If you're under age of 18, don't listen to me cussing. Watch me play the game. Because I dare not invoke y'all to, or incite y'all to use cuss words. I'm grown, so I can use cuss words. Internet should be for grown people. My son's on here, and son, if I hear you using cuss words, I'm put a smack down on you. I would rather find the sonar jammer 10 times or the fingerprint cloner 10 times than do this twice. Because just a bunch of just following somebody and then shooting like 20 people, 22 people, it's just boring, honestly. It's just boring. Where you going down, Chopper? Are you going down right here, Chopper? Alright, so guess what, y'all? It's time to knock these fools out. And we don't want to destroy our Sparrow, so we're going to park this bad boy right here. What? What? I didn't hit. What the hell? You know, what in the world? Sparrow's down, so I gotta take at least a minute and a half to kill these fools now. I'm finna knock these bitches off. Do you wanna destroy my Sparrow? I'm gonna destroy you, buddy. Oh, I don't need to do that. Alright. That's what I'm talking about. Let me in, let me in. Oh, really? Fuck you. Let me show you how much of a dickhead I am, bitch. I'm on it. You know what? Let's go, y'all. Do I have? I do have. So, you know what I'm gonna do? Yo, yo.
My bad. I had to call up.
Yeah, no problem.
UPS trying to get my package.
All right, no problem, dude. I understand.
I have to drive.
Oh, well, you don't have the motherboard?
No, so it got sent. So basically, instead of sending it here, it got. Well, this is the normal way, but it got sent to UPS storage or whatever, like UPS store, and it's supposed to come from the UPS store here.
Yeah.
But it just said that it couldn't find it. Where I live, so I just gonna drive there.
All right.
And I could have changed the address, and they could have brought it here, but the person where I bought it from restricted that.
Oh.
The address changes.
Well, guess what? That's what I'm gonna start doing once my background check clears. I'm gonna be delivering packages like that. Like when somebody orders some computer parts or any kind of parts from Amazon, I get to deliver them.
Yeah, it's a UPS warehouse.
Yeah, but it's probably not gonna come out till tomorrow then.
No, I can go get it now if I want to, but it's like a warehouse.
What do you mean? I mean, it's a 24-hour warehouse?
No, it's a UPS warehouse or UPS packages go there.
Yeah, like a little hub.
No, it's a UPS warehouse where packages go there and then come to the address. So I don't know. So I can start building.
And son, I'm gonna tell you something that only because I've gone through the experiences. Like when your mind tells you to do something and you don't do it, and then you find yourself in a position where you should have done what you didn't do. You know what I mean? I need you to know that. Oh man, you need to try to focus on being resourceful with your things that you need done. Because last night I was driving for delivery and I missed the turn by just by a couple meters. But what I didn't do was make common sense. When I went to turn around, I went in the grass, and I knew I shouldn't have went in the grass because I could have got stuck. and I did get stuck.
Oh, that's why that's what you were talking about earlier?
Yeah, which cost me $85. So,
Wow.
because I had to get the car out of being stuck, and that's how much it costs.
Oh, so how'd you get the thing delivered?
I didn't deliver the food. I let them know, yo, I'm stuck. I sent the picture. DoorDash knew about it, so they know I couldn't deliver it because I was stuck. But what I want you to understand is, like, you should always listen to your first instincts. Because if I would have, I started to just say, you know what, back up 3 inches and save yourself the hell. But I said, you know what, at the same time, like, you know what, I'll be all right. And I knew I could be all right, and I knew that I couldn't be all right. And I made the wrong judgment call. So I don't want you to make the wrong judgment call in the future because of something that you know could cause you hell. So it cost me $85, which I'm not too much upset about because I could have bought my glasses this week, but since my glasses would be about the same price, I just don't get them this week. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So when I tell you to be responsible, son, be responsible. Because $85 could have went to you. I mean, if you need money, son, I'm not going to say no. I'm going to give you whatever you need. But just because I lost $85, I want you to learn from this situation because you could lose the same $85 or more if you don't pay attention. And Lord knows I want you to pay attention. You're my only son, my only blood. You're my only family. Right now, you're on my only family, dude.
You'll be grandpa soon.
No, I won't be grandpa soon. You better shut that shit up. So what you mean soon? You're only 15, dude.
No, like 10 years.
Oh, hey, that's not soon.
It is to me.
And you better be in the NBA soon before you be having no kids. Yeah, man, I ain't playing. You know, that's weird. Look, I died and they put me in the sub. But usually when you die, you're on land when you're having little missions completed. That was really weird. You know what I mean? Like, if you're on a mission, like a Perico mission, and you die with the supplies in your hand, you get put to the nearest land. It put me in my sub, and I'm like far away. I mean, I'm not far away, but I'm not like close to my sub.
You know, my grandma said she's giving me 10 years.
10 years for what? For a baby?
Huh?
Yeah, you can have a baby in 10 years, but you better be married, dude. I don't want you to be...
No. She said she gives me 10 years. She said, yeah, I'm giving you 10 years.
Yeah, you know, grandmothers are going to do that, dude. You know that. I mean, I'm pretty sure you don't know that, but grandmothers and some grandfathers are, like, so persistent on having grandkids. You know what I mean? You will, too, one day. You will, too. You'll see what everybody is so hyper about having grandkids. I'm not hyper about having grandkids, but if you have you bring me a grandchild, I'm gonna be hyper as a MFer. I'm gonna be happy. But right now, I want you to focus on your life. I want you to focus on kids and raising kids. I want you to be who you want to be. Sure enough.
What? I didn't know it was that close. I just noticed that the airport is that close to us. Oh. But can we go that way? No. the exit. Oh, it's actually so. Actually, that's actually pretty close.
Excuse me. I'm back.
Oh.
And our country, and in fact,
Yo, what's up?
I was just. Oh gosh. Never mind. This where I come. Alright, so that's how.
You gonna get on your homework or any projects you got started? I mean, that you got going on soon, or you gonna wait till the deadline's due?
I don't have projects.
You don't have no projects? You don't have no homework?
Yep.
So when are you gonna get on that?
I'll get on it a little bit.
A little bit, meaning it's 6:30. Bedtime is what? 11:30. I think you should be starting. Yeah, I would advise you to always get your homework done early, dude. Always. You know why? Because you'll always be on time.
Yep. So I have to drive out all there and then take it done.
Take a
Down
what?
on the way down the Inside Highway, or would coming over there better? I don't know. Going all the way around, or basically taking a shortcut. But it's a highway though. I don't know, so it'll be quicker. But I'd take that way, get up there. Oh, and then take it all the way over there. Or could nah, that's way too. Oh, nah. Just take it down. Bloom. So I have to go pick it up. Yeah, I'm gonna go eat in a minute.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna get me something to eat. I'm kind of hungry myself. Actually, way hungry myself.
So, avoiding these guards will be good practice for Mr. Rubio's island, yes? Or perhaps you practice art of disguise. You wear hard hat in these places. No one asks questions. The torch will be lying around you.
I could have swore it just hang up. I could have swore it just hung up. I could have swore the call just hung up. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't see you, but I hear you. Ooh, nah, what's my name? Ooh, nah, what's my name?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, alright. Hi. I'm confused. would tell me the fastest route. Also, the highway's the fastest route? Okay. Not sharp, but it makes sense.
Dude, do you need anything? And Isaiah, before you answer, I want you to know, if you need something, let me know. Alright? Don't worry about what you think Daddy has or doesn't have. Do you need socks? Do you need shoes? Do you want anything? Do you want any basketball shoes? Do you want any running shoes? Do you need any shoes, underwear, socks, t-shirts, Q-tips? Do you need anything?
No. Well, I was like, my mom asked me that too, and I don't need anything.
You promise?
Yeah, my mom asked me too.
You promise?
Yes.
You know I got you, right?
Yes.
Alright. I want you to know, I don't pay child support to not give you what you need. I pay child support to take care of your needs, but if you need extra, I will take care of that. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I want you to always be taken care of. Always. You're my boy. My only boy. My only child.
Did I ever tell you when I put that Wi-Fi thing in it, it worked?
Yeah. You showed me on video the other day.
I honestly wasn't expecting to work. Because I put it in, I was like, I just put it in, boom. I'm like, well, where's the Wi-Fi at?
So
I didn't know I have to download it in there too.
Are you thinking you want to kind of get one for yours?
Maybe.
Alright, so if you do, guess what? You find it, I'll pay half. Alright?
But I don't really need it because I already got Wi-Fi, so.
Right. I mean, but if you like decide to change your mind, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Because you might get a game that needs 923 megabytes per second or whatever instead of 920 or 900. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yep.
When was the last time you played that Sim game?
I deleted it yesterday or today.
That's honestly, they should have just made it based off the free play one because I don't like the way they made it.
Oh no, the one on computer I haven't played, but I will play it. I'm just not. I thought it was I can connect with you online, like we can chill with each other like we do in GTA. But I can't do that, so you know what? Nah, I'm alright. I'll be alright. I will be A-OK. And
I don't like it. I don't like that. I don't really like it. It's just very hunger and stuff, but like, I don't like it. Like you said, I guess it'd be cool for dude and stuff.
Right.
Always tomorrow. Dang. Always tomorrow. Cares?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm not gonna delete it off my iMac. I'm gonna keep it on my iMac. But I went today and like deleted what do you call that? Whatever free play. I deleted free play. Derek Chauvin got found guilty. Look, I'm gonna tell you this, Isaiah. Once you get into, like, right now you're young, so you really don't understand what's going on with the Derek Chauvin trial, racism. You don't know nothing. Right now you know how to play basketball. You know how to play Grand Theft Auto. You know how to do stuff. But 1 second. But with the one second. Yeah, but
Look at the screen.
huh?
Look at the screen.
What screen?
Look at your phone screen.
Alright. 1 second. Oh my gosh, where's it at? Oh, here it is. Yo. Who is that? What is that? What is that?
Wait, what? Wait, where'd it go? Wait, the last one I was showing? What? Where'd it go? Man, I had it too.
Showing some bald head
Whatever,
dude.
hold on. I'm going back to oh, that's the place. That's the place from the UBS place I need to go to.
Oh, alright.
Wait, what's this?
Where's the UPS address? Send me the address. Is it closed? got pool now?
I think it looks like a kiddie pool. It's like a shed right there.
Yeah.
Alright, you saying when we go down the street?
Yeah.
Or left
No,
or right?
across the street.
This is Downward Avenue.
Right across the street. Right across the street. That lady right there. No, no,
This way?
no, no. Back. Like right across the street. Go down. That lady right. No, over to the right. No, right there. See where the white is between the trees? Next house to the left. To the left. Right there. No, back to the right. Back to the right. Right there. See that? That house right there? No, to the left. Right there. Right there. That lady right there, she was always looking at our house. She was always saying, she was like the nosy neighbor. She was always looking at people's houses.
Her?
Yeah, her. And then, like all my neighbors.
Look at that junk back there.
Well, that's she's dead. She's been gone.
Well, yeah, I know she'll live here now, obviously, but she's.
She don't even live no more, dude. She was like 70. She was like 70 years old then. Alright.
Look at that car.
Look at that green one. Alright, go.
You want me to go anywhere else?
Yeah, go to Northwest High School.
North. West. After. Wait, never mind.
High school.
Never mind.
Indianapolis, Indiana.
Can you see it?
Yep. That's my high school I went to. And see where all them buses are?
Yep.
Or go to the parking lot.
Oh.
So many people got shot out here. 'Cause people carry guns. Yeah. Or now go.
Right here?
Yep. Now go back. Now go up, around, and right there in the middle. See the green? No. That's where that's the parking lot I meant. Right there in the middle? No. Go to the left. To the left. Right there. Down. Straight. To the right. To the right. Right there in the middle. Go down. Go down. Go down. Go down.
This is the roof, right?
No, go down. Yeah, that's a roof. Go down. Go down. See where that tree is? That's where we would hang out at lunch. Lots of people got shot there too.
Oh, so you said this parking lot right here, people got shot?
Yep. And okay.
How'd you know?
Because I went to school there, dude. Yep, that's my school.
There, zoom in at the tree that you were talking about in the middle.
Hey, you don't have to zoom to the tree. That's just like the whole area is where some stuff would erupt because of people being negative or being like whatever.
Over there?
Yep. My English class, if you go back a little bit more, my first period English class was like right up front, like where you're at in the driveway system.
Do you take the bus to school?
No, I used to walk from 3440 Downward Avenue.
Why? You didn't know bus route?
But it was only from that house to Northwest. It's not that far.
Does the football stadium look like this still?
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure they changed the. Yeah, they look the same. I'm pretty sure some.
Right, where else?
Go to the left. Go to the left. No, right. Go to the right. Let me see it. I can't see the screen.
Go back to school?
No. Go to the right. Go down. To the left. To the right. To the right. Down. I don't see it no more. I seen it just a second ago. To the left. To the left. To the left. To the left. To the left.
Can we zoom in more?
Now go to. Just type in Speedway. Indianapolis. I mean, Speedway, Indiana. All right. Yeah. I drove my Taurus ahead of time on the actual racetrack.
How much money to make? Because you had to do that.
Well, back then I only made like $8.50 to $10 an hour, but that was plenty enough back then.
What did you do?
I set up for the races. Like when the races come through, we have to make sure all the vendors areas were clean, filled up with ice, and like set up stuff for people to come in and sell food. Yeah. One race one race that they work in would pay for an 10-year college. Yeah. Everybody, like, see all the people? Like, people were like, we need ice. And I was the delivery of ice. Oh, look. Oh, big ass. I mean a hot dog, man. I spent $7 on. Yeah. Yeah, but people would spend like $100 for a bag of 25-pound ice. Or 10-pound bag of ice. Yeah. Well, it's not that it gets that hot, it's just that there's no shade. You know, like, it's hot, yes. But it would be a little less hotter if there was like trees and buildings around it, but nothing surrounds it that helps it with cooling it down.
Alright, where?
Go to 25th and Capitol.
25th in Capitol?
Yeah, street.
25th Capitol Street?
Yeah, 25th and Capitol Street, Indianapolis, Indiana.
Capitol with an A or an O?
A. One A and one O. No, Capitol.
No, I don't see none.
25th and Capitol Street.
25th and?
Yeah, it's 25th and Capitol Street. Like 25th Street and Capitol Street.
25th and
Capitol Street, yeah, Indianapolis, Indiana.
No, Capitol.
Huh? 25th and Capitol. Put 25th Street, put 25th Street, put street after 25th. No, that's it. North Capitol, yeah, that one. Click that. No, click on the first one. Oh, the second one, it don't matter, they're both the same. Oh, man.
It's taking me to Chicago.
No, it's taking me to Indianapolis.
No, this is the whole other city, state.
No, that's in Milwaukee. That's Milwaukee.
Oh, that was Chicago. Oh my gosh, Chicago, where I went. Oh my gosh, man, I was in my plane, right?
Yeah.
And our plane flew over this river like this, and I was like, what? I was like, this is a pretty big river. Is this the Mississippi River, or what? I forgot what the river is called. We flew like this. You see the mouse?
Yeah.
Like into like basically like the big cities, and I saw this. I was like, wow. I saw this whole scene. I was like, wow, it's like basically my view.
I know.
The plane.
I've been in a plane
Like,
once. Yeah, I've been in a plane once, twice, really.
Like imagine that's your view from the plane. That big of a city.
No,
You see this?
no. Yeah.
You see this city?
Yeah.
Versus.
Yes, exactly.
Versus this?
Exactly. Like, yo, son, the people's pools look like dots. Like the size of an ant. People's pools was. I'm like, yo, this is weird.
Versus this.
Yes.
It's little.
Yes, little.
That was insane to me. Like that's all we got. That's it. That's literally all we got. We got a Wells Fargo. We have
more than that, son.
No, I'm saying listen to what we got. That's literally all we got.
No, son, Jacksonville has it all.
I'm talking about the big buildings. Versus, that was insane to me. Like, oh my gosh. Now if I went to LA.
Oh man, yeah, let's go to California, man. Let's get up out of Florida, dude. I want to go to California.
Remember when I said I was like, alright, I don't want to live in California because of earthquakes? I don't know what I was thinking. I'll live in there, man. Like, look at this. You can even see the grass.
I mean, that's not really that.
Because look, like if you see this, all you see is all white, right? You don't see no grass.
Right. All you see is businesses and homes.
Like this is the fun for much of the construction they've done here in California. I think Chicago looks even better. But Florida.
All right, so I'm back. It's not even fucking here. Derek Chauvin got 3 charges against his bitch ass. Yeah. Now his bitch ass needs to do some motherfucking time. Don't give him no fucking shortcuts. No leniency. Matter of fact, let me look on YouTube and see what they saying about this bitch ass motherfucker. Isaiah, if you hear me talking, don't repeat my words. But you are allowed to repeat my thoughts.
The world can move forward now, begin to heal. There are still a number of other issues, as we heard from the crowd earlier. We cannot stop the work. The work will not stop. But as for right now, in terms of what this country was looking for in terms of healing, this verdict may have been it. All right, let me bring in our incredible crew here. We have at Court TV, we have lead anchor Vinnie Politan in studio, of course Julie Grant, anchor as well, here in studio and out in Minneapolis. We have Julia Janae and Chanley Painter, our legal correspondents. And Vinnie, I'll start with you. Love to get your reaction to the verdict. It was not unexpected, but you know the tension just in here in the studio was unbelievable.
Well, ultimately, it comes down to what are the facts and what is the law. And when we heard what the instruction was and we watched this case play out inside the courtroom, I think it was easy for this jury to put things together. And they did it quickly. It's unanimous, as everyone knows. They all agreed to this. The top charge, second-degree murder for a police officer. Think about what this means for Minnesota. I mean, it took a long time for a police officer to ever be convicted. Now you've got one convicted of second-degree murder in less than a year. I hope the takeaway from all of this is that each case gets judged on its own facts. And this jury of ordinary citizens came in and sat there in judgment of Derek Chauvin and what he did. And they saw exactly what he did. There was no question because there was a video of everything. And they determined that is murder.
Yeah, the video was just too much to overcome, but hard work done by this jury. 7 women, 5 men, 6 white, 4 black, 2 of mixed race, going in and doing a job ranging in ages from in mid-20s all the way up to 60. Julie Grant, let me bring you into the conversation. Love to get your feelings about the verdict.
Michael, thank you. First of all, I hope that this verdict gives the Floyd family some sense of comfort and peace. I know that it is no substitute for George Floyd's life. I know that his life was invaluable and no amount of money or no decision by a jury could ever bring him back or replace the void that's in their hearts. But I would hope that they feel some sense of justice and some sense of comfort after this, that they can sort of close this chapter. For those who are victimized in homicide cases, I think a lot of it is about closure. So I hope today they can close a very upsetting chapter of their lives and try to move forward and try to live their best lives under the circumstances. We know their lives have been changed forever after his death, but I hope that I hope and pray that this gives them some peace and comfort. And I have to hand it to all of the lawyers involved in this case. The prosecutors, they tried a really comprehensive case. They really went above and beyond. I could just see in watching them how many hours of preparatory work were put in to gathering all of the witness testimony and evidence and making sure it was all presented. I have to say, I felt like no matter what the outcome is going to be, you could definitely hand it to this team of prosecutors that they used every resource available to them and gave the jury their all to consider. And for Eric Nelson, I certainly think he tried a very respectable case. He had an uphill battle to climb from the outset. We knew that, but he certainly did a fine job, and these lawyers were all very civil to one another, so they all deserve to be commended, as does the judge, for running an excellent trial and keeping this jury focused on the facts and the law so they could do what they did today and arrive at a verdict, Michael.
Yeah, well said, Julia, excuse me. And I think that, this was a perfect example. If we're going to have cameras for the first time for a full trial in the state of Minnesota, this was a perfect example of what the justice system should look like. Fantastic attorneys on both sides, a judge who had true control of the case, just a really prime example of our justice system at work. Let me bring in our two intrepid reporters who have been out in the field since before this trial began. Julia, Janae, Channing Painter, I'd love to get your response to this verdict. I know you have a perspective of this case that none of us can equal because of you guys being on the ground from the beginning. Truly appreciate all the incredible work that you guys have done out there. Let me start with you, Channing. Love to get your reaction to the verdict.
Yeah, what a historic moment, something that community right there at George Floyd Square has been waiting for. This is a site that we've visited many times. We've spoken to the community members. We've spoken to the owners of the Cup Food store there about what is next for that square, and all have been saying that a conviction, a guilty verdict would go a long way in the healing process for that community and for really everyone that's been affected by what happened to George Floyd. And there's still a lot more healing to go, but this is something that I know we can hear. I'm sitting here in downtown Minneapolis, and I can hear inside this building reaction. I can hear horns honking. I can hear helicopters. It is echoing throughout the city, and I know that we've been in touch with the family. We've interviewed many members of the family of George Floyd, and this is something that they've all told us that they've been praying for, and their prayers, Michael, were answered.
Yeah, we are looking at live video from around George Floyd Square, around the Hennepin County Government Center. And as you can see, this case affected just all manner of all walks of life. You have young folks, older folks, white, black. This case was important to so many people for so many reasons. Julia, Janae, would love to get your response to the book.
Michael, watching all of the people there in George Floyd Square, where we have been on the ground multiple times over the last 11 months, I get chills seeing everyone there, even when they were just getting there, knowing that a verdict was going to be read, because this has been a spot where people have really almost considered a pilgrimage to of sorts. When they want to pay respect for George Floyd, they want to come and honor this area. You see there's actually a chalk outline of him in the middle of that screen, that blue that you see. They have it outlined where his body was laid down during that arrest, and now it says, "I can breathe now," because you see those angel wings on his back. This area just means so much to those people who have felt strongly about what a conviction should be, or what the outcome should be in this case. So just seeing that they knew there was a verdict and knew that this is where they wanted to be when they heard that. We have a producer who's down on the ground in front of the courthouse who says that people are crying out all three counts. They're breaking down into tears, they're playing music, and they're chanting, "He's going to jail and it ain't over."
Yeah, we saw him handcuffed and taken into custody. His bail, he had been out on bail. The bail was revoked by the court. He was taken into custody. If you're just joining us, we have a verdict in the historic trial of Minnesota versus Derek Chauvin. Guilty on all counts. That is, count 1, second-degree unintentional murder. Count 2, third-degree depraved mind murder. Count 3, manslaughter or culpable negligence manslaughter. They're guilty on all counts. And Chanley, let me go to you. The judge talked about the timeline now, so what's going to happen going forward. No Blakely hearing today. There'll be some motion work, some paperwork filed with the court before that happens. Can you take us through what the timeline is now for sentencing and beyond?
Yes, as the judge mentioned, there will be a pre-sentencing investigation for Derek Chauvin. We know he has zero criminal history here, and we know that there's certain severity levels for the conviction of the crime. Because he was convicted on all 3 counts, the lower 2 will drop out. So he will be sentenced for the top count of second-degree unintentional murder. And the judge saying that that PSI report that he will assess is returnable within 4 weeks, and he plans for sentencing 8 weeks from today. Bail, of course, was revoked, and Derek Chauvin was remanded into custody at the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office. And we also know that there is a possibility of a Blakely hearing. He mentioned that Blakely factors hearing, those aggravating factors, the prosecution filed notice of back in August that they would seek an upward departure of the standard sentencing guidelines for the charges against Derek Chauvin if he is convicted. Now that he's been convicted, they'll have this Blakely hearing, the judge said, in about a week. And that's when the prosecution will ask the judge and prove, they will try beyond a reasonable doubt, those aggravating factors, that this was a crime committed in front of children, that it involved more than one co-defendant, if you will, that it had a particularly vulnerable victim of George Floyd. If they prove one of those factors, then Derek Chauvin would face an upward departure. The judge would have discretion to go outside of that 12.5 standard sentence, all the way up to, if he wanted to 40 years for that. Now, again, that hearing will take place. He will likely decide whether or not he's going to grant, or that the state met the burden of those factors, but he won't give that final sentence until 8 weeks from today, Michael.
All right, Shanley, thank you for that. Let me bring back in our anchors, Julie Grant and Vinnie Politan. And Vinnie, you know, there's this hopefully will be one step towards healing for that city, for this country, perhaps anyone around the world who felt affected by this case. And I know there are mayors and governors across the country who are breathing a sigh of relief right now. We hope that the love and the good vibes that I'm seeing in the video, this live video from the scene, continue even after nightfall, because we know after nightfall is when things have generally gotten out of hand, if they have gotten out of hand. But one of the things that I've heard regarding this incident is that true healing doesn't begin until some sort of apology is given. Now, we've heard apologies from a lot of people in this case. We've heard apologies from the state of Minnesota, from the governor, from the mayor. We heard it from the police, but we haven't heard it from Derek Chauvin. Do you think this verdict is enough to truly begin that healing process out there in Minnesota and across the country?
Well, it's twofold, right? I don't think you're going to hear anything from Derek Chauvin. He's pending his appeal. Every criminal defendant who gets convicted and has issues on appeal is not going to say a word. Nothing that can be used against them in a court of law. So he's not going to talk. You talk about healing. The ongoing issue here, and you take a step back at the big picture, is there's going to be another officer-involved death. Okay? There's going to be police officers who were killed by suspects. There are going to be suspects who were killed by police officers. And it's not going away. It's the nature of the business. So, I unfortunately, while this is a sense of justice for this case, I come back to each case gets judged on its own facts. And I think that's the lesson. If that lesson can be learned through all of this, then I think we will make progress. But the problem is people on either extreme side lump them all together, and they see them all the same. And they're not all the same. Every incident, every case is judged by the particular facts of that case. And unfortunately, when someone is shot by police, many people see that one way, and some people will always be pro-police, and some people will always be anti-police, regardless of the facts. And I wish that was the lesson that could be learned from all of this, is that the facts will play out in front of a jury or in front of a grand jury, and justice will be served. That's where our system works. But until we reach that day, I don't know if we have that 100% healing. But for this case, for this family, and for all the investment that everyone has in justice for George Floyd, I think they can exhale right now, okay? They haven't been breathing. They've been holding their breath. They can exhale now because that sense of justice has been met by this case in that courtroom in Hennepin County.
Yeah, one small step forward, Julie Grant. And Vinny makes a great point. There'll be another one, as a matter of fact, right now, pending about 10 miles down the road. Brooklyn Center is dealing with its own issues regarding a police shooting. Just your sense of where we are in just the healing process and getting to a point where police relations with the community can really begin to take a step forward.
That's a really great question, Michael. You know, I wish we could devote days to that question because it's such an important one in our society right now. And I think I would begin by answering that question by saying that I think healing also begins with personal responsibility. And if I may make one comment about what I'm seeing here, I just can't help but say, I hope the Floyd family feels the love and all the caring that's being put forth by so many people interested in this case. I would have to think that they would be very touched to know that so many people cared so much about the outcome here. So I hope that helps, with the healing. And I also would like to see, and again, I don't know how you accomplish this other than just tremendous leadership from people in all facets of life, whether they're government officials, legislators, those in the media, those who are bloggers, those who have platforms to spread a responsible message that we have to respect the justice system and let the justice system play out. And I really agreed with everything Vinny said. I hate when people paint with broad brushstrokes and lump every case together because they're all unique. I can't stress that enough. Just because the one in Brooklyn Center happened in close proximity, just because it was an officer-involved shooting, it is far different than the case against Derek Chauvin, even though one of the charges is the same. Far different facts and circumstances. And yesterday, Judge Cahill really made me think about that, about how we all have a responsibility. And he was pointing to legislators, how they have a responsibility in using the Maxine Waters example about trying to speak out. And he said this is not respecting a co-equal branch of government. She is with the legislative branch. I'm with the judicial branch of government. And we have a system. We have rules. We have a process. And we're not a nation where mob mentality rules and we can't just force things to happen. We have to respect rights. And so I would hope that maybe a lesson of responsibility and what are we doing to respect the justice system, let it play out because it does work. Look what happened today. I mean, the system, if we let it play out the way the rules are constructed, the way rights are there to protect those who are accused and those who are victims of crimes. There were rights in place for a reason, and the system is constructed for a reason. And I do think at the end of the day, we have the best justice system in the world. And I don't have all the answers for healing, and I think referendum is a wonderful thing, but it belongs outside the courtroom, not in the courtroom. And that's a point I think we can't stress enough. With this trial and any other high-profile cases we see, the other three officers, they still need to be tried as well. And I think we just need to respect the system and the trial process. Let it play out. Let justice take its course. And then what we do on the outside of the courtroom is all fine and good. Let's petition our lawmakers for whatever changes we want to see happen, but respect the decorum of the court system in the process, Michael.
Well said, Julia. I can't agree more. Let me go out to Julia Janae. I feel like definitely there is, looks like there is a presser getting ready to begin. Looks like partly of the family of George Floyd and the legal team as well. Let's hold on. I see Ben Crump going there. Well, I was going to say that I think this is part one that will lead to the healing process. The second part of the healing process is going to be the sentence. I think the sentence in this case is truly important. Let me just quickly go to Julia Janae. We'll cut out of that immediately as soon as this press conference starts. But Julia Janae, what's the range of sentencing again? Chanley touched on it. And I want to get your thoughts on whether you agree with me that while the guilty verdicts were important, I think the second part here of what type of sentence is handed down here is equally important.
Sentencing is for sure going to be equally important. We've got 8 weeks to prepare for that and understand what that will be, especially with the Blakely hearing, to determine how this judge can sentence. And we've been talking a lot about the maximums under the statute in Minnesota for those charges that we know Chauvin is now convicted of, and that's the top count: second-degree murder, third-degree murder, and then second-degree manslaughter. The top count is 40 years under the statute that he could be convicted up to. 25 years for third-degree murder and 10 years for second-degree manslaughter. But there are sentencing guidelines in Minnesota that judges typically go by when they are handing down a sentence. And they look to this based on the person's criminal history, the severity of the crime, and what they have in their background. We know Derek Chauvin has no criminal history, so he's on the lower end of this grid. And for something that is the severity of an unintentional second-degree murder, he has a range that the judge can give and hand down in this, and it's between 128 months to 180 months. The mean of that is 150 months, which is 12.5 years. So that is the most likely thing the judge could give him, or the most that he would give. But that is if he finds that there are no aggravating factors. And there are 5 aggravating factors that this prosecution has put forward to the judge. It would have gone to the jury, but Chauvin waived that and said that he was okay with the judge making a decision on those aggravating factors about there being children present at the time, there being a vulnerability for George Floyd because he was handcuffed when he died, and that there were more than 3 people who were involved in the commission of the crime. If the judge finds those factors, then the judge can go outside of that recommended range. He can go up to 40 on the top count of second-degree unintentional murder. And I think that's huge because people are going to be listening to how much time Derek Chauvin will be spending behind bars. And ultimately, whatever he is sentenced to, it's 2/3 of that he would spend behind bars, and then 1/3 of it he would spend in supervised release or on parole. That's the way it is handled typically for good behavior behind bars here in Minnesota.
And Julie, I don't know if you know this, but does it run concurrently or consecutively? My understanding is because there was one victim, it may run concurrently. So if he gets different, let's say 15, 10, and 5, those would all sort of be added together, and the highest one would be the controlling number.
Yeah, right. My understanding is it is based on that second-degree unintentional murder, which ironically it does have the same sentencing guidelines as the third-degree murder, but yes, concurrent, meaning that it would really just go by that second-degree unintentional murder. But I think it will be important what he's sentenced to for the other ones, because we know that this case will be appealed. We can almost guarantee that he will appeal this conviction. And there are other factors to consider. There's that other officer-involved death case that is widely known about here in Minneapolis, St. Paul area, and that's the one of Muhammad Noor, who was also convicted of third-degree murder several years ago. And his case is on appeal with the Supreme Court. It could impact Chauvin's conviction, depending on what the Supreme Court holds in that case. They won't hear arguments on that until June. So really important, if one of these counts against him gets taken out on appeal, then those other sentences for other charges will be important.
Yes, no question about it. And if you're just joining us, we have received the verdict. The verdict is in the case of Minnesota versus Derek Chauvin, a historic case, the eyes of the world on that Hennepin County Government Center, and it's guilty on all counts. First count, second-degree murder, unintentional murder, guilty. Third-degree depraved mind murder, guilty. Culpable negligence manslaughter, guilty. Guilty on all counts. Sentencing to happen about 8 weeks from now. Derek Chauvin, his bail was revoked. He was handcuffed and taken into custody. You're actually looking at a live shot outside of Cup Foods, and there is a small memorial there where George Floyd died, right in front of the Cup Foods. Folks are there trying to be close to where he died in the wake of this verdict. So right now we are waiting for a press conference to happen. We understand Keith Ellison is standing by. You see Steve Slisher there as well, Matthew Frank standing by, and we're waiting for a press conference, of course, in response to this historic verdict. Vinnie Politan, once again, you know, this was a case that had a video, and from the beginning I said without that video, not sure they get a conviction. But what do you think was the strongest part of the prosecution's case, aside from the video? Clearly the video was controlling, but beyond that, where do you think the prosecutors built their cases?
Well, I think it was the approach. They took a very serious approach, a lot of resources put into this case, and my hope is that prosecutors in Minnesota put these types of resources into all murder cases. Let's not pick and choose which murder cases get the resources. All of them should get the resources. There should be justice for all victims. So I think that's one lesson for this, is they brought in special prosecutors, didn't have to pay them, right? But they brought a different approach to how to try this case. And I think that was a key factor here in the types of experts they brought in. They brought in experts who hadn't testified in criminal case before. They brought in people who were not pathologists to talk about cause of death. They just were rethinking prosecution, and it was incredibly effective. So I think for prosecutors in Minnesota, maybe you take a step back and say, wait a minute, maybe there's another way to try murder cases. And again, I will get back to it. I want all victims to have the sense that the prosecution has your back. They're taking your case seriously. Now, not all of them can be tried within a year, right? There's other factors that impact the speed of justice for victims and their families. But maybe our whole system should wake up and say, hey, look at what they did in Minnesota. Look at what Judge Cahill did in Minnesota. Doesn't every victim deserve that?
Julie Gregg, no one better to speak to than there's someone who teaches trial advocacy, a former prosecutor, very good one at that as well. And we talk a lot about this sort of new approach in a number of ways, but let's focus just on what Vinny was focusing on, this idea that you brought in, the prosecution brought in all these other experts, something we all agree we hadn't really seen before. Is this a trend, a positive trend in the prosecution of cases of any type?
That's a great question, Michael. Thank you for the compliments. And as far as is it a trend, I don't think so. Only because I see the reason why they did it. And I think we all, because we've been assessing this case so carefully from the outset. If you've paid close attention, which I know you all have, everyone here on our Core TV team has, we know that for the state, Dr. Baker's autopsy report was problematic because it wasn't as definitive as they had hoped it would be. That's probably the most clear way I could say it. And the one that was more definitive and favorable for the state was the one generated in the second autopsy by Dr. Michael Baden and Dr. Alicia Wilson, because they said the two magic words, positional asphyxiation. And we heard those two magic words, positional asphyxiation, coming out from all of these other various experts because they weren't in Dr. Baker's report. So here I say that this will not become a trend because, well, number one, it's incredibly expensive to get multiple expert witnesses in on cases. And typically, having your medical examiner testify to cause of death is more than enough. Here, they didn't want to introduce just that testimony. They had to go a step further because they wanted to get around the testimony. It wasn't that Dr. Baker was necessarily contradicting what other pathologists like Dr. Weck and Dr. Baden had said. It was just a little more vague.
Julie Grant, fantastic. I appreciate it. Let's go back out to Keith Ellison. Looks like he's ready to begin his press conference.
Shift a little bit more, there's actually more room on this side. There's more room on this side? Yeah, more room to your right.
Let me see everybody?
Yes, thank you. That's much better.
So Natasha, people got to be able to see the baby.
That's kind of the big brand here, right?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Keith Ellison. I'm the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota. And since the investigation and prosecution of this case began last May, everyone involved has pursued one goal: justice. We pursued justice wherever it led. When I became the lead prosecutor for the case, I asked for time and patience to review the facts, gather evidence, and prosecute for the murder of George Floyd to the fullest extent the law allowed. I want to thank the community for giving us that time and allowing us to do our work. That long, hard, painstaking work has culminated today. I would not call today's verdict justice, however, because justice implies true restoration. But it is accountability, which is the first step towards justice. And now the cause of justice is in your hands. And when I say your hands, I mean the hands of the people of the United States. George Floyd mattered. He was loved by his family and his friends. His death shocked the conscience of our community, our country, the whole world. He was loved by his family and friends. But that isn't why he mattered. He mattered because he was a human being. And there is no way we can turn away from that reality. The people who stopped and raised their voices on May 25th, 2020, were a bouquet of humanity. A phrase I stole from my friend Jerry Blackwell. A bouquet of humanity. Old, young, men and women, black and white. A man from the neighborhood just walking to get a drink. A child going to buy a snack with her cousin. An off-duty firefighter on her way to a community garden. Brave young women, teenagers, who press record on their cell phones. Why did they stop? They didn't know George Floyd. They didn't know he had a beautiful family. They didn't know he had been a great athlete. And they didn't know he was a proud father or that he had people in his life who loved him. They stopped and raised their voices, and they even challenged authority because they saw his humanity. They stopped and they raised their voices because they knew that what they were seeing was wrong. They didn't need to be medical professionals or experts in the use of force. They knew it was wrong, and they were right. These community members, this bouquet of humanity, did it again in this trial. They performed simple yet profound acts of courage. They told the truth, and they told the whole world the truth about what they saw. They were vindicated by the chief of police, by Minneapolis' longest-serving police officer, and by many other police officers who stepped up and testified as to what they saw and to what they knew. What happened on that street was wrong. We owe it, and we owe our gratitude to we owe them our gratitude for fulfilling their civic duty and for their courage in telling the truth. To countless people in Minnesota and across the United States who joined them in peacefully demanding justice for George Floyd, we say, all of us, thank you. In the coming days, more may seek to express themselves again through petition and demonstration. I urge everyone to honor the legacy of George Floyd by doing so calmly, legally, and peacefully. I urge everyone to continue the journey to transformation and justice. It's in your hands now. I also want to address the Floyd family, if I may. Over the last year, the family of George Floyd had to relive again and again the worst day of their lives when they lost their brother, their father, their friend. I'm profoundly grateful to them for giving us the time we needed to prosecute this case. They have shown the world what grace and class and courage really look like. Although a verdict alone cannot end their pain, I hope it's another step on the long path toward healing for them. There's no replacing your beloved Perry, or Floyd, as his friends called him, but he is the one who sparked a worldwide movement, and that's important. We owe our thanks to the men and women of the jury who gave many hours of their time and attention to carefully listening to the evidence, weighing the facts, rendering a verdict. They are regular people from all walks of life, a lot like that bouquet of humanity on that corner on May 25th and in that courtroom. They answered the call, and they served in a landmark trial. They now deserve to return to their lives. If they ask you to respect their privacy, we ask you to honor that request. I want to acknowledge the remarkable team that helped us prosecute the case. We put everything we had into this prosecution. We presented the best case that we could, and the jury heard us, and we're grateful for that. We had the sole burden of proof in the case. And history shows that winning cases like these can be difficult. I'm proud of every hour, every minute, and every ounce of effort we put in this case. And let me tell you, we spent many hours working on this case, did we not? We, week after week, committee meeting after committee meeting, this team never let up and it never quit. We fought every day, and we did it together. The Attorney General's office together with the Hennepin County Attorney's office. Thank you, sir. And we did it together. I'm deeply grateful to everyone who worked on the case. Most of these folks will tell you it's a bad idea to put together a team of all Michael Jordans. Nobody would want to pass the ball. This team, that was their true strength, is sharing the load, passing the ball, understanding that all of us together are smarter than any one of us alone. And that worked. Although the verdict has been rendered, this is not the end. In the coming weeks, the court will determine sentencing, and later this summer, we expect to present another case. We will not be talking about that. This verdict reminds us how hard it is to make enduring change. And I just want to finish by sharing some important historical legacy, if you allow me. In 1968, the Kerner Commission was formed to investigate the causes of uprisings across major American cities. And a man named Dr. Kenneth Clark, a famous African-American psychologist who, along with his equally accomplished psychologist wife, Mamie, contributed to compelling research in the Brown versus Board of Education case. And Dr. Clark testified at the Kerner Commission. And I want to quote you what he said. I read that report, the one in the 1919 riot in Chicago, and it was as if I were reading the report of investigating the committee of the Harlem riot in 1935, the report on investigating the Harlem riot in 1943, and the report of the McCone Commission on the Watts riot. I must say again in candor to you, the members of this commission, it's like a kind of an Alice in Wonderland, with the same moving picture reshown over and over again, the same analysis, the same recommendation, and the same inaction. Those are the words of Dr. Clark in 1968. Here we are in 2021. Here we are in 2021, still addressing the same problem. Since Dr. Clark testified, we have seen Rodney King, Abner Louima, Oscar Grant, Eric Garner, Michael Brown, Freddie Gray, Sandra Bland, Philando Castile, Laquan McDonald, Stephon Clark, Atiana Jefferson, Anton Black, Breonna Taylor, and now Dante Wright and Adam Toledo. This has to end. We need true justice. That's not one case. That is a social transformation that says that nobody's beneath the law and no one is above it. This verdict reminds us that we must make enduring, systemic, societal change. More than a month ago, months before George Floyd was murdered, the Minnesota Public Safety Commissioner John Harrington and I released the recommendations of our working group on reducing deadly force encounters with law enforcement. What all of us in that working group, including law enforcement, wanted is for everyone to go home safe. Anytime someone doesn't, everyone's lives are changed forever. We need to use this verdict as an inflection point. What if we just prevented the problem instead of having to try these cases? We don't want any more community members dying at the hands of law enforcement and their families' lives ruined. We don't want any more law enforcement members having to face criminal charges and their families' lives ruined. We don't want any more communities torn apart. One way to prevent this is to get into a new relationship where we as a society re-examine the use of force and our old settled assumptions. I'm so proud of Chief Arredondo and the Minneapolis police officers who by their testimony said enough is enough. And another way to prevent it is by acknowledging and lifting up everyone's humanity, helping communities heal, and officers be well. Another way to prevent it is with accountability. Passing laws and instituting policies and training is important, but they must be more than words on paper, and there must be accountability for violating them. With this verdict, we have brought some accountability. Finally, this verdict demands us to never give up the hope that we can make enduring change. Generations of people said slavery would never end. Generations said Jim Crow would never end. Generations said women would never be equal to men. Generations said if you were different in any way, you could never be a full and equal member of our society. Today, we have to end this travesty of recurring, enduring deaths at the hands of law enforcement. Those beliefs are things we have to focus our attention on. And as I now do close, I just want to say to you, the work of our generation is to put unaccountable law enforcement behind us. It's time to transform the relationship between community and the people who are sworn to protect them from one that is mistrustful, suspicious, and in some cases terrifying, into one that is empathetic, compassionate, and affirming. That will benefit everyone, including police officers who deserve to serve in a profession that is honored, in departments where they don't have to worry about colleagues who don't follow the rules. Now that work is in your hands. The work of our generation is to put an end to the vestiges of Jim Crow and the centuries of trauma, and finally put an end to racism. We can end it. It doesn't have to be with us into the future if we decide now to have true liberty and justice for all. The work of our generation is to say goodbye to old practices that don't serve us anymore, and to put them all behind us. One conviction, even one like this one, can create a powerful new opening to shed old practices and reset relationships. So with that, I just want to say that I do hope that people step forward and understand that nobody can do everything, but everybody can do something. You can do something the way like everyday people like Donald Williams and Genevieve Hanson and Christopher Martin and Charles McMillan and all those teenagers and young people stepped up and did something. You can do things like help pass the George Floyd Justice and Accountability Act. It's in your hands. Let's get the work done. And now I'd like to invite my friend and partner in justice, Michael Freeman, Hennepin County Attorney.
Allow people to, be able to voice their concerns. We're also working with folks immediately surrounding who live in the surrounding areas of the police department to address their concerns. There are folks there who, some of whom have been given vouchers to relocate on a temporary basis. Those people who have expressed a desire to do so. And of course, the community has been engaged in talking directly with those people, members of our community who live in those buildings, to make sure that their needs are being met. So this is a real partnership that has developed with folks on that, with the community members who serve in this capacity, this advisory capacity, with law enforcement and with city staff. All right. Well, thank you all. If we have any more questions, we can take it.
All right, that was Brooklyn Center, Minnesota Mayor Mike Elliott speaking. The death of George Floyd and other black people at the hands of police have caused stress, anxiety, and fear, especially among people of color. And recent data reveals suicides among black people have been on the rise over the past year. To discuss the mental health impact on black Americans, I want to bring in Michael Lindsay. He is the executive director of the McSilver Institute for Poverty, Policy, and Research at New York University. Thank you very much, Michael, for being with us. First of all, your reaction to the guilty verdict in Derek Chauvin's murder trial.
First of all, thank you for having me. Well, I watched it with my mom this afternoon, who is visiting me from Washington, D.C., my 81-year-old mother. We were very emotional. I remembered how my mom cautioned me how to conduct myself if I should happen to be pulled over by the police. George Floyd died at the hands of law enforcement, something that all people of color fear might happen to them. So I was incredibly emotional, but feeling a sense of vindication that justice had been served.
Well, how might this case, the Derek Chauvin case, and other cases of police brutality be impacting the mental health of black Americans?
First of all, we have to acknowledge that it does impact black Americans. A recent study by Jacob Bohr and colleagues published in the journal Lancet actually documented that if you live in proximity of a police shooting of a black person, you're likely to experience psychological distress related to it. This wasn't the case for whites. It was only the case for blacks. And so there is this sort of sense that you might have this sort of interaction with law enforcement. There's vicarious or secondary trauma in terms of having trouble sleeping or eating. There's this constant fear of law enforcement, thinking that something sinister or harmful might happen to you. And so police brutality does indeed impact black Americans.
You know, Michael, I wonder about children who have watched this. You know, I think about the little girl that testified in the Chauvin trial. You know, I wonder what the impact is specifically on black children as they are seeing these images as well and watching the reaction of those adults around them.
You know, that's a really, really great point. And so my heart went out to the young lady as
Hey, fuck all that shit. Fuck all that shit. Derek Chauvin got found guilty of all 3 charges. Black America, nigga. Black America, nigga. Black America, nigga. All 3 charges. Fuck Derek Chauvin. And any white motherfucker that got shit to say about Derek Chauvin. All 3 charges, bitches. We are now in America where we get some fucking justice. Fuck Derek Chauvin. Fuck all the cops that want to kill black motherfuckers. Fuck all the people that want to kill a black person. You know what I'm saying? But if you don't, no worries. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna speak my mind regardless, motherfuckers.
The House of Gucci. Gucci. Symbol of iconic luxury and home of...
All right, welcome everybody. This special broadcast, we've got our normal broadcast coming up at 6 o'clock Eastern, But we have a verdict. We have a verdict in the Derek Chauvin trial. He was charged with 3 different counts: second-degree murder, third-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter. So I'm going to explain what all those charges are. But first, let me be clear. Guilty.
Guilty.
On
hell yeah.
Second-degree manslaughter.
Yes.
Guilty on third-degree murder.
Third-degree murder.
Guilty on second.
Guilty on yes.
On all counts.
All counts, baby.
Thank God there's a little bit of justice in America.
All counts, baby.
So I want to come back and talk about the consequences of
Derek Chauvin. You ain't never gonna hear this, but bitch,
this is
guilty.
massive news.
You are motherfucking guilty,
really good
bitch
news.
ass.
So Derek Chauvin guilty on all counts.
All counts.
Murder of George Floyd. It's a very important day in America. And very
important fucking day.
So obviously, I think the media handled some of this wrong as usual. In the lead up, there was a lot of talk about, what happens if he doesn't get convicted? Well, basically they were intimating, if not flat out saying oftentimes, will black people cause violence? No, they will be the victim of violence and the victim of injustice, and they would have had no outlet for justice, political or judicial. But good news, they now appear to have at least some outlet. This was the lowest bar. The reason why the trial was so important was because if our system couldn't clear this bar, then that would have meant 2 things. One is it was nearly impossible for minorities in this country to get a fair shake out of this system. And also it means that the cops are totally above the law, that they would have taken this as a green light for, God, we could choke someone for 9 minutes on tape, take the life out of him, have the whole world watch and still get away with it. Now, the good news is that didn't happen. That's great news. He actually did get convicted. I'm going to tell you in a second, too, what's going to happen next, okay? And so we're not done with the jurors yet. They still have a couple of things to do. Maximum sentence, by the way, for second-degree murder is 40 years. And prosecutors let me just get to it. The jury has to decide a couple more things now that they've decided that he's guilty. Number one, they've got to see if the aggravating parts of this crime apply. The prosecutors say that they do. And then obviously we're going to need a sentence. And so just because you can get 40 years doesn't mean you're going to get 40 years. And there's the questions, of course, about, are the sentences going to be consecutive, concurrent, meaning are they going to be served at the same time, and hence they're only relevant if they're back-to-back, right? And it depends on how they want to do it. If they're concurrent, that means whichever one was the most serious charge is the one that he's going to serve. So we'll see how that plays out because that hasn't happened yet. But let me just quickly go over what all these different charges were. So second-degree manslaughter was the lowest charge, and that involves culpable negligence where you're taking unreasonable risk and you're doing it consciously, taking the chance of causing death or great bodily harm. Now, you might not have intended to be harmful, okay, so that's important. That's why this is the lowest charge. So, for example, look, these are rough examples, and obviously in a court of law they would explain this much more carefully. But drunk driving, you could reasonably, and the law says for an ordinary and reasonably prudent person, you create the strong probability of causing injury to others, even if you did not necessarily intend to be harmful, and then that eventually leads to death. That's second-degree manslaughter. And so drunk driving is a decent example that you might not have intended to cause harm, but a reasonable person could see that could cause great harm, and if it causes death, that's second-degree manslaughter. So in this case, could a reasonable and prudent person think, hey, kneeling on somebody's neck for 9 minutes and watching the life go out from underneath them could cause harm? Of course! That's why, again, these are such no-brainers that if we didn't get justice here, it would have been a mighty blow against any sense of and hope of justice in this country. Again, luckily that didn't happen. Guilty on all counts. The second count was third-degree murder. That's also, all these are without intent because the prosecutors weren't trying to show that Chauvin somehow knew Floyd and intended to kill him that day. and that this was all a ruse to kill him. No, it's without intent, but there are many different crimes that you could, killing someone without intent. For example, in third-degree murder, your actions have to be eminently dangerous, meaning reckless disregard for human life, and that it's a high likelihood to cause death. Here is another simple example, maybe overly simple, but swinging at someone's head with a baseball bat. Or you swing a baseball bat in a crowd and you hit someone in the head. Now, did you intend to necessarily kill the guy that you hit when you swung the bat in the crowd? Not necessarily, but was it highly likely to cause death if you hit somebody in the head with a baseball bat? Yes. Or maybe kneel on their neck for over 9 minutes? Yes, obviously. And is that reckless disregard for human life? Obviously. Thank God the jury agreed and said, yes, that's obviously third-degree murder. Now, the second-degree murder is the hardest one to prove, but the most serious of these charges. I actually think, overall, for defendants, I'm the least comfortable with this, because they say there has to be an underlying crime, an underlying felony, and if you could prove the felony and someone dies in the commission of that felony, well, then that's second-degree murder. And usually the example that's used is a bank robbery, and in the midst of a bank robbery, somebody gets killed, and that's felony murder, second-degree murder in this case, in Minnesota. And so the reason why I think, not related to Chauvin, but overall as a general concept, it's a little problematic, is because they say, well, he committed the underlying assault, which there's no question that he assaulted George Floyd. Well, the only question is, was that what a reasonable police officer would do in arresting someone? I'm saying oftentimes, oh, will black people cops are totally above the law, that they would have taken this as a green light for, God, we could choke someone for 9 minutes on tape, take the life out of them, have the whole world watch and still get away with it. Now, the good news is that didn't happen. Didn't happen. That's great news. He actually did get convicted. I'm going to tell you in a second, too, what's going to happen next, okay? And so we're not done with the jurors yet. They still have a couple of things to do. Maximum sentence, by the way, for second-degree murder is 40 years. And prosecutors well, let me just get to it. The jury has to decide a couple more things now that they've decided that he's guilty. Number one, they've got to see if the aggravating parts of this crime apply. The prosecutors say that they do. And then, obviously, we're going to need a sentence. And so just because you can get 40 years doesn't mean you're going to get 40 years. And there's the questions, of course, about, are the sentences going to be consecutive, concurrent, meaning are they going to be served at the same time, and hence they're only relevant if they're back-to-back, right? And it depends on how they want to do it. If they're concurrent, that means whichever one was the most serious charge is the one that he's going to serve. So we'll see how that plays out, because that hasn't happened yet. But let me just quickly go over what all these different charges were. So second-degree manslaughter was the lowest charge, and that involves culpable negligence, where you're taking unreasonable risk and you're doing consciously, taking the chance of causing death or great bodily harm. Now, you might not have intended it to be harmful, okay, so that's important. That's why this is the lowest charge. So, for example, look, these are rough examples, and obviously in a court of law they would explain this much more carefully. But drunk driving, you could reasonably, and the law says for an ordinary and reasonably prudent person, you create the strong probability of causing injury to others, even if you did not necessarily intend to be harmful, and then that eventually leads to death. That's second-degree manslaughter. And so drunk driving is a decent example that you might not have intended to cause harm, but a reasonable person could see that could cause great harm, and if it causes death, that's second-degree manslaughter. So in this case, could a reasonable and prudent person think, hey, kneeling on somebody's neck for 9 minutes and watching the life go out from underneath them could cause harm? Of course! That's why, again, these are such no-brainers that if we didn't get justice here, it would have been a mighty blow against any sense of and hope of justice in this country. Again, luckily that didn't happen. Guilty on all counts. The second count was third-degree murder. That's also, all these are without intent, because the prosecutors weren't trying to show that Chauvin somehow knew Floyd and intended to kill him that day, and that this was all a ruse to kill him. No, it's without intent, but there are many different crimes that you could, killing someone without intent. For example, in third-degree murder, your actions have to be eminently dangerous, meaning reckless disregard for human life, and that it's a high likelihood to cause death. Here is another simple example, maybe overly simple, but swinging at someone's head with a baseball bat. Or you swing a baseball bat in a crowd and you hit someone in the head. Now, did you intend to necessarily kill the guy that you hit when you swung the bat in the crowd? Not necessarily, but was it highly likely to cause death if you hit somebody in the head with a baseball bat? Yes. Or maybe kneel on their neck for over 9 minutes? Yes, obviously. And is that reckless disregard for human life? Obviously. Thank God the jury agreed and said, yes, that's obviously third-degree murder. Now, the second-degree murder is the hardest one to prove, but the most serious of these charges. I actually think overall for defendants, I'm the least comfortable with this, because they say there has to be an underlying crime, an underlying felony, and if you could prove the felony and someone dies in the commission of that felony, well, then that's second-degree murder. And usually the example that's used is a bank robbery, and in the midst of a bank robbery, somebody gets killed, and that's felony murder, second-degree murder in this case, in Minnesota. And so the reason why I think not related to Chauvin, but overall as a general concept, it's a little problematic, is because they say, well, he committed the underlying assault, which there's no question that he assaulted George Floyd. Well, the only question is, was that what a reasonable police officer would do in arresting someone? And that's why we were so scared the jury was going to say, oh, yeah, that's totally reasonable. While you're arresting someone, anyone, by the way, of any race, cops can kneel on their necks for 9 minutes, and that's what a reasonable officer would do. Then that was the only scenario in which you would have been not guilty on all accounts, and we would have been screwed as a nation, honestly, right? Not just for minorities, but for all of us, because that would mean cops are 100% above the law, and they can do anything to us as long as they're arresting us. Again, luckily that didn't happen, and so they said, no, he is guilty of second-degree murder. He was clearly committing an assault. The reason, again, just to be clear on why I don't love that law in general, is because, yes, if you're killing someone in the middle of an assault, yes, technically you're also doing the assault. I don't really think that that's an underlying crime. I think that's part of the main crime. But it doesn't matter in this case, because he was definitely guilty of third-degree murder. And as the law is written, there's no question in my mind, and apparently in the jury's mind, that he was also guilty of second-degree murder. So luckily, jury agreed on all that. If you were curious what the racial composition was, it was totally mixed jury. 3 black men, 1 black woman, 2 white men, 4 white women, and 2 multiracial women. So all across the board, and their range of ages between 20 to 60 years old, or in 20s to 60s. And one more thing about Chauvin and the trial. One thing that drives me crazy is that they don't present to the jury the 18 other prior complaints against Chauvin. Only 2 of them were closed with discipline, as the police say. That means in 16 of them, they're like, oh, yeah, so what? Do whatever the hell you want to people. And 2 of them, they're like, oh, okay, well, there's been a little bit of discipline, but they didn't really explain what the discipline was. So my point is, it's not like this guy's new to abuse. He's done this many, many, many times, and unfortunately, that's the heart of the underlying problem here. Cops are often, immune to any kind of discipline in situations like this. I mean, if you did this 18 times, you only got disciplined twice, and not disciplined so much that they take you off the streets. Obviously there's an issue of accountability with police officers before the crime happened. And when you have no accountability in the previous 18 incidents, and they are not as severe, presumably, as what he did to George Floyd, well, it leads up to a severe crime, like what he did to George Floyd, because he thought, well, I did it 18 different times, and at least people complained about, let alone the ones that people didn't complain about, right? And I got away with it every time, so that is why he felt so comfortable on George Floyd's neck. He felt like he was doing the most normal thing in the world, because how many times has he done that, and how many times has it been considered okay? Well, thank God for all those cameras. I know there's some folks who are so skeptical about everything, and so when the body cams came out and the video recordings of people doing it in the streets through their phones, etc., started coming out and being like, oh, it won't lead to much, it won't make a difference. No, us being able to see it does make a difference. Thank God for the bystanders that at least recorded it. Otherwise, you know what they would have said. They would have said George Floyd assaulted them, he was resisting arrest, they didn't do anything wrong, and if you didn't have video, Chauvin would have almost certainly gotten away with it, right? So thank God there was video. We all saw it with our own eyes. This right-wing talking points now that they had before the verdict was insane, where they were like saying that Chauvin is guilty if Maxine Waters or Joe Biden says it, well, that's biased. No, that's called having eyesight. We all saw the tape for ourselves. He choked the life out of him by putting his knee on his neck, and we saw him die in front of our own eyes. That's not bias, that's facts. What Chauvin did was extreme bias. So, again, guilty on all three counts, and that is a great news and great day in America. We'll follow up, obviously. We'll have a lot more information on this on the regular show. That's at 6 o'clock Eastern. You know we do it Monday through Friday, every day, 6 o'clock Eastern. You can watch on tyt.com/live. You can watch on YouTube on our channel. Just type in TYT, any platform you're on, Facebook, Twitch, etc. And thank you to all the members. Thank you to all the people that are commenting. And you guys are amazing. I'm getting used to this new platform way of doing things. I'll do more shout-outs as we go along once I get a better handle on this system. But here, British32, thank you for the super chat. We appreciate it. We appreciate everybody signing up in all the different ways and using all different ways to support the show. We can get this message out loud and clear to as many people as possible. In fact, Thane Pullen just donated, I think, over from New Zealand. So thank you so much. You can hit the join button below if you're watching on YouTube. On Twitch, a lot of you know already, it's free if you have Amazon Prime. Please do both if you can, because Amazon Prime doesn't cost you anything and you can find out how to do that at tyt.com/prime. But we get the revenue anyway. On Twitch, they're calling it Bezos bucks, so that's great. Or at least our audience is. So how about in any way you can? But today, again, I just had to jump on here before the regular show. Just tell you, finally, a little bit of justice. A little bit of justice. So thank God for that. Thank God I don't have to do an angry rant about when and tear our hair out for when are we ever going to get justice. So it's just a wonderful day in America. It should be like this every day. Justice should not be the exception. It should be the rule. But at least today we're relieved that we got it. Joshua Banks, thank you so much. And he said in the super chat, Tucker Carlson meltdown incoming in 3, 2, of course, filled with racial animus, overtones, undertones, etc. That'll be tonight on Fox News, guaranteed. It's your boy Chris Fields. Thank you so much for the super chat as well. And look at this, Despo just became a new member. Thank you. You can do the same by hitting the join button below. Love you guys. Guilty on all three counts. Derek Chauvin. Sentencing is next. And in a little over, in fact, in just about 5 minutes, interviews are next. So stay right here wherever you're watching TYT, and then the main show at 6 o'clock as well. So check out all of it. Thank you.
The Book of Mormon. It's helped millions of people have a closer relationship with God. But maybe you're thinking, how can the Book of Mormon help me? Well, you're invited to find out. Here's what happens when you request a free Book of Mormon. After
After you've told us what sort of topics matter most to you, two friendly people will chat with you. It can be online, in your home, at church, or even at a public place. You'll get your own Book of Mormon. Then you'll all read it together and talk about it and ask questions.
Like, can the Book of Mormon help me feel closer to God?
Or what verses can help me when I'm struggling?
And what does it say about Jesus Christ?
More than anything, it's a conversation. So don't be shy, because the closer we are to God, the better we feel. And the Book of Mormon is here to help. So request a free Book of Mormon and get started.
Hey guys, not sure if you've heard, but if you don't have speeding tickets and you don't have a DUI, you can get your car insurance for as low as $19 a month. Simply enter your zip code, answer a few questions, and then start saving. Hey guys, not sure if you've heard, but if you don't have speeding tickets and you don't have a DUI, you can get your car insurance for as low as $19 a month. Simply enter your zip code, answer a few questions, and then start saving.
When Piers Morgan was forced off the air last month, we were told it was because he had insulted the fake Duchess from Los Angeles. But on some level, it wasn't really about her or even about him. It was about all of us and our right to say what we think is true in a supposedly free country. It was about free speech and the freedom of conscience. He, of course, is still editor-at-large at Daily Mail, and what he writes is still worth reading. But he's not on television right now. And again, that has implications for the freedom of speech around the world. Here's part of our conversation.
What I found was over 5 years, we trebled the ratings on Good Morning Britain. The last day, ironically, was, as you said, the first day we beat the BBC ever. And we had trebled our ratings. So you would have thought people might be thanking me. Instead, I was basically corralled into a position where I was told you've either got to apologise for effectively disbelieving Meghan Markle's version of events here, or your position is untenable and you have to leave. And my gut was, I was going to be damned if I was going to apologise for something that I believe. And I just wasn't going to go down that road. I've seen too many people, when they're bullied by the woke brigade, into apologising. We saw it with Sharon Osbourne. She was bullied into apologising for defending me against a disgusting slur that I'm a racist. And rather than the person who was accusing her apologising to me, Cheryl Underwood, for accusing me falsely of being a racist, Sharon had to apologise for her passionate defence of me, and then she lost her job anyway. We saw recently the editor of Teen Vogue. Before she could even start, she apologised for years about stuff she tweeted as a 17-year-old kid. But that wasn't enough. So apologies don't ever get you anywhere. I don't believe Meghan Markle. Now, what I didn't know, and what was a fascinating thing to discover after I left, was that Meghan Markle, between the Monday and Tuesday, had made a personal complaint to the boss of ITV, Dame Carolyn McCall. I didn't know that. I was never told that. I don't know what pressure she was directly putting on, but she did, I know, personally contact her. I also know she had personally contacted, along with Prince Harry, Ofcom, which is a government regulatory body designed to regulate what we put out on news shows. So I was under attack from Miss Markle, both directly to my boss and to the government regulatory body, under attack to basically conform to her version of events. And I had to believe her. And if I didn't, I was a callous racist, and I should be condemned, and ultimately, as it turned out later that day, lose my job. And I think that's a pretty perilous slope. A journalist's job, which is to express skepticism about some of the more outlandish claims, like the secret wedding, like the story about Archie becoming a prince and so on. Even down to small stuff, like she'd never had any interest in the royals, when there are pictures of her draped over Buckingham Palace railings when she was a teenager, and so on. I should be able to be a journalist and question the veracity of those statements. And frankly, I should be allowed, in a democracy that values freedom of speech, I should be allowed to say, I'm sorry, I don't believe you. But I wasn't. I wasn't allowed to do that. It was Meghan's way And Meghan's narrative and Meghan's truth, that phrase was actually used by Oprah Winfrey. This is your truth. What does that mean? When do we get to your truth? This is the kind of defense, the kind of thing we would hear liberals attack Donald Trump for reinventing facts, for creating his own truth. But when Meghan Markle does it, the same liberals that attack Donald Trump cheer and applaud and say this is her truth and it must be believed. And if you don't believe it, you're a racist. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not a racist. I just don't believe her.
And no one points out the kind of underlying irony is that here you have two of the most powerful people in the world, in Oprah Winfrey and Meghan Markle, both claiming to be victims. They're oppressed. They have more power than you. They got you fired, but you're oppressing them. The strong pretending to be weak in order to crush people below them. Does anyone notice this dynamic?
Well, it's completely absurd, frankly, and I've written about this regularly for the Daily Mail, about the ludicrous hypocrisy of this couple, who, by the way, contrary to what many Americans have been led to believe, the press coverage of these two, right up to the wedding, was completely over-the-top euphoric. Everyone in Britain was thrilled that finally we were having a non-white bride in the royal family. It hadn't happened. We were all very happy about this. I wrote about how wonderful it was on the wedding day. So this narrative that from the start she was bombarded with horrible, hateful, racist press coverage is another disingenuous load of nonsense, fueled by the Oprah Winfrey Show, where they flashed up a series of headlines. But really where this leaves us is that you've got this concept that somehow Meghan Markle, who married into one of the richest, most privileged families in the world, and within a couple of years has gone back to her home in California, is living in an $11 million mansion, is doing all sorts of enormous deals with Netflix, Spotify, you name it. They're taking the checks, hundreds of millions we read. And how are they getting those, Tucker? They're getting them because they're the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. They're getting them off their royal titles. The royal titles bestowed on them by the very institution that in the interview with Oprah Winfrey, they say they can't stand and is suffocating and traps them and so on and so on. But it can't be both ways. If you really believe that way about the royal family and the monarchy, give up your titles, but they won't do them because it makes them too much money. So now you have these two oppressed people living in a mansion in California, earning hundreds of millions of dollars, in the middle of a pandemic that's killed nearly 3 million people, portraying themselves as the biggest victims in the world. But there are many people who don't have our platform, who are getting wiped out, eradicated, lives destroyed, careers ended, over the most ridiculous things. And it's got to stop, and it will only stop when the mass body of people who don't feel this way, who don't find themselves offended by absolutely everything, when they stand up and go, enough, I'm not going
motherfucking guilty, nigga. Guilty, bitch.
Some people think free speech is absolutely fine, right to the point they hear an opinion that they don't like, and then it's an outrage. But that's not what free speech is. Free speech is about listening to an outrageous opinion you don't agree with and being able to accept that somebody else doesn't feel like you. That's what free speech is.
Suffering does amazing things to people. They become very different in a short period of time. In the case of Piers Morgan, he got a lot wiser and a lot braver.
On Monday, the United States Supreme Court decided not to take up one of the remaining legal challenges brought by Republicans to the 2020 presidential election. Meaning, essentially, Donald Trump was handed a massive defeat at the hands of the U.S. Supreme Court just yesterday. And this one's actually fairly significant. This particular lawsuit had challenged, essentially, Pennsylvania's updated voting laws, which allowed everybody to vote by mail if they so choose. So they were saying in the lawsuit, the Republican plaintiffs said, hey, hold up, because they changed the law and let people vote by mail, the whole thing was just ripe with fraud. Now, we can't prove the fraud. I know we've had many opportunities in all the courts that this has gone in front of to prove the fraud. We couldn't do that because it doesn't exist. And so the U.S. Supreme Court looked at all this and they said, you know what? Get out of here. We're not even gonna entertain this. Go away. So in addition to this being a massive defeat for Donald Trump, it's actually a massive victory for voting rights here in the United States, and here's why. Again, the central issue here was regarding Pennsylvania's updated voting laws that allowed people, excuse me, I'm having all kinds of trouble speaking today, that allowed individuals to vote by mail, you know, basically guilt-free, reason-free, absentee ballots. And no courts overturned that. That is a major victory for voting rights here in the United States. And it shows that something like, I don't know, the For the People Act that's still kicking around out there in Congress, that would be upheld. Based on what we have seen in these lawsuits so far, that piece of legislation has a very strong chance of withstanding any Republican lawsuits against it. And that's very meaningful. That's something that can increase the participation in U.S. elections in the future, and maybe as a result of that, get a more representative democracy going. But first, they got to pass that legislation. They should not have a problem doing that. But you've got your centrist Democrats who don't want to do anything to ruffle the feathers of conservatives. You've got conservatives united against it, and Democrats, unfortunately, because of that, don't have the numbers, without, of course, killing the filibuster, which even some Democrats are saying, I don't know if I'm okay with that. The courts just kind of gave you the green light that, hey, what you're trying to do, we're not going to challenge it. And the challenges that have come as a result of that, we're not going to overturn them. That's about as green of a light as you can get. So I suggest the Democrats get to work on passing that legislation.
EVE Online is a vast universe, alive with the unrelenting activity and combined history of its players. Pursuing lives of adventure, warfare, and prosperity, they share this existence in the biggest single shard, free-to-play MMO of all time. Set 21,000 years in the future, EVE takes place in a distant cluster of over 7,000 star systems known as New Eden. It is a rich and diverse universe, featuring densely populated havens of relative safety, governed by 4 great empires. Hostile.
Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Abrams, it's been over 2 years, and you still refuse to concede that you lost the race for governor in Georgia in 2018. You have said that, quote, you do not concede that the process was proper, and that, quote, they stole it from the voters of Georgia. Yes or no, today, Do you still maintain
Okay,
that the
so you heard
2018
his honor
Georgia
there.
election?
The defense closing argument is going to stop for.
As I have always said, I acknowledged at the very beginning that Brian Kemp won under the rules that were in place. What I object to are rules that permitted thousands of Georgia voters to be denied their participation in this election, to have their votes cast out. And so I will continue to disagree with the system until it is fixed. We have seen marked progress made, and unfortunately it was undone in SB 202, but I will continue to advocate for a system that permits every eligible Georgian to cast their ballots.
Ms. Abrams, I'm going to ask you to please answer the question I asked, which is, do you, yes or no, do you still maintain the 2018 election was stolen? That's your language.
My full language was that it was stolen from the voters of Georgia. We do not know what they would have done because not every eligible Georgian was permitted to participate fully in the election.
So you also told the New York Times that your loss, quote, was fully attributable to voter suppression. Ms. Abrams, do you know in Georgia whether the percentage of African-American Georgians who are registered to vote and who turned out to vote, is it higher or lower than the national average?
It is higher than the national average because Georgia is one of the largest states with an African-American population.
But that's not tied to the size of the population. The percentage of black Georgians who are registered to vote in 2018 is 64.7%. That compares to 60.2% as the national average. The percentage of Georgians who voted in 2018, the election you claim was stolen from you, was 56.3%. That's higher than the national average of 48%. Let me ask you this, Ms. Abrams. In 2018, do you know which demographic group in Georgia had the highest registration percentage and the highest turnout percentage?
I have a guess, but I will defer to you for the answer.
The answer is African Americans had the highest registration and the highest turnout, despite your claiming that the election was stolen and there was somehow voter suppression. Let's shift to the Georgia law in particular, which there have been mountains of lies spread by both Democratic politicians and by the press. Does the Georgia law reduce the number of early voting days? Yes or no?
Yes. It does so because you have to look at it in toto. It is not simply looking at the number of days that were expanded for 40% of the population, which for 60% of the population has been the norm. It also has to look at the early voting runoff days that were indeed short.
Is it correct that the law increases the number of mandatory days of early weekend voting?
It is a partial answer to say that certain days were increased in certain counties that had not participated in the use of all of those days of elections. They have been optional, and most 60% of Georgians have been able to vote for those full number of days. 40% will now join, and that is a good thing. But at the exact same time, this same bill eliminates the use of early voting during runoff elections and allows the elimination of weekend voting.
Do you believe that requiring an ID to vote suppresses votes?
As I have said, written, testified, and repeated today, I believe that voter identification is always appropriate. You should know who's voting. What I object to are the ways that we are narrowing and restricting who has access to the right to vote, and that has been a common and necessary complaint. As we noted in 2018, what happened to Native Americans in North Dakota who were denied the right to vote because they were required to have photo identification that included language and included perquisites that they were not entitled to demand. When we have narrowing of opportunities without expansion of access, that is absolutely wrong and has been against in Georgia and everywhere.
During the 2020 election, did your organization, Fair Fight, collect ballots for voters? And if so, were the people collecting ballots for your organization paid?
We did not collect ballots. We did not pay people to collect ballots. We sent to voters absentee ballot applications, as did the Secretary of State, as did a number of other organizations, because in the midst of the pandemic, we thought it was important for voters who may or may not have had information about what their rights were to ensure that they had the education and opportunity for engagement in our elections.
So I want to be clear about your testimony to this committee. Your testimony is that your organization did not pay any person in the state of Georgia in 2020 to collect ballots for anybody else.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Shell Rotella engine oils are designed to help you go further. Learn more at Rotella.com.
Has my time expired?
I'm afraid it is.
My apologies. My clock is doesn't run when I'm remote, and I will yield my non-existent remaining time. Thank you, Chairman.
Senator Graham.
Thank you. To my dear friend,
have been done, man. I missed that shit by like fucking 2 seconds. Bitches. Go on, get in this shit. Let's get this plasma color, man.
Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Abrams, it's been over 2 years, and
there in Minneapolis with the attorney Ben Crump just moments ago also received a statement from former President Barack Obama and the former First Lady Michelle Obama. I'll read a piece of this. Today, a jury in Minneapolis did the right thing. For almost a year, George Floyd's death under the knee of a police officer has reverberated around the world, inspiring murals and marches, sparking controversies, conversations in living rooms, and new legislation. But a basic question has always remained: would justice be done? In this case, at least, we have our answer. Continuing, true justice requires that we come to terms with the fact that Black Americans are treated differently every day. It requires us to recognize that millions of our friends, family, and fellow citizens live in fear that their next encounter with law enforcement could be their last. And he closes that Michelle and I send our prayers to the Floyd family in the hopes that they may find peace. Former President weighing in on that verdict today. Let's find out.
Stop spending so much on Apple meat.
So there was a political context around this trial. Politics shouldn't have any effect on any trial. Again, that's antithetical to what justice is. But they did intrude at every level of this case. I'll tell you how. After the verdict, Joe Biden declared that systemic racism is a stain on this country's soul.
A jury in Minnesota found former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin guilty on all counts in the murder of George Floyd last May. It was a murder in full light of day, and it ripped the blinders off for the whole world to see. The systemic racism the Vice President just referred to. There's systemic racism is a stain on our nation's soul. The knee on the neck of justice for Black Americans. Enough of this senseless killing. Today's verdict is a step forward.
Systemic racism, a term that neither Joe Biden nor anyone else who uses it is ever defined with any precision whatsoever. But more striking is Biden's posture. You'd think he'd be excited by it. Just this morning, as the jury was still deliberating, the President of the United States said he was praying for a guilty verdict.
I'm praying the verdict is the right verdict, which is, I think it's overwhelming in my view. I wouldn't say that, but the jury was sequestered now. Not hearing me say that.
When was the last time the sitting president weighed in on a jury decision before it was made? Answer: never. Witnesses asked about this a few hours later and pretended that Joe Biden hadn't actually said what he actually said.
You're not able to clarify what is overwhelming, the evidence, the case presented by the prosecution?
We're not going to get ahead of the outcome. I expect when there is a verdict, he will have more to say.
The president has talked about the importance of an independent judiciary. Why is it appropriate for him to weigh in on the verdict, even though the jury is
I don't think he would see it as weighing in on the verdict. He was conveying what many people are feeling across the country.
Conveying what many people are feeling. He wasn't weighing in as the single most powerful man in the world. on a jury verdict that hadn't been reached yet. He didn't say what you saw him say. If that sounds like a familiar defense, it's exactly what Maxine Waters and her defenders throughout Washington are using today after Waters threatened the jury with violence if it didn't find him guilty.
We've got to not only stay in the street, but we've got to fight for justice. But I am very hopeful, and I hope that we're going to get verdicts that will say guilty, guilty, guilty. I don't know whether it's in the first degree, but as far as I'm concerned, it's first degree murder. Well, we got to stay on the street, and we've got to get more active. We've got to get more confrontational. We've got to make sure that they know that we mean business.
So there's a reason police were all over the streets of cities across the country last night, and it's that, the threat of violence. And Maxine Waters threatened violence before the jury had even begun to consider the facts of the case. That's so far over the line that we read some Democrats were shocked by it, and yet no one condemned it, that includes the president. It includes the most powerful people in the Democratic Party, Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, Steny Hoyer of Maryland. They came out in support of Maxine Waters. And then state media, literally state media, public broadcasting system, came out today with an explanation at the White House press briefing. Watch this propaganda explains what Maxine Waters really is.
Representative Waters, as you said, clarified. She said, my actual words don't matter. I wonder why the White House isn't also coming to the defense of Representative Waters, given the fact that she's now facing an onslaught of attacks, especially by, I would say, Republicans. I wonder why the White House isn't saying, we back what she said about being confrontational. She was obviously not threatening violence. There are civil rights leaders that are saying that's what civil rights is to be confrontational, to be active.
Well, she also clarified her own remarks, Yamiche, and I think that's the most powerful piece to point to.
That lady works for you. She literally works for public television, and there she is ardently flacking for lunatic Maxine Waters at the White House press briefing. Oh, no, don't worry, it's always been.
What the fuck, man?
And our leaders haven't always talked like they're seized by religious fervor. Here was the Speaker of the House today thanking George Floyd because he died in order to make the Democratic Party more powerful. For his sacrifice, she said. Watch this.
Thank you, George Floyd, for sacrificing your life for justice. Because of you, and because of thousands, millions of people around the world who came out for justice, your name will always be synonymous with justice. Unless we can change the law, this will be an episode. We change the law, we're going down a different path altogether.
So the guy dies on the sidewalk, and here this lady comes out and politicizes it so completely that he becomes sort of the Democratic Party saint. Thank you for your sacrifice. This is grotesque. It's a cult, obviously.
If you don't want thinning hair, be careful about your shampoo. No matter what hair growth products you use, your thin...
Welcome back. Cancel culture in America's classrooms. Teenagers being chastised for their conservative beliefs. Unbelievable. Meet Avery Severson, who was so inspired by Charlie Kirk that she decided to start a Turning Point USA chapter at her Minnesota high school. She described the fallout she received on Fox and Friends. Watch.
And these rumors online started going around about me, accusing me of sending racist, terrible, hateful messages to a black student at my school with no evidence pointing to me.
And in Virginia, teenager Julia Sayville had to leave school after being shamed over her Black History Month project on Candace Owens. She shared her story with Tucker Carlson.
I received an email that morning of my presentation that it was disrespectful of me to highlight her as a black trailblazer, and she stated how she believed Candace was racist.
Unbelievable. How did America get here? Why are innocent teens being caught in the crosshairs? Joining me right now is Charlie Kirk. He's the founder of Turning Point USA. And Candace Owens. She is the host of Candace on the Daily Wire. Good morning to you both. Thank you so much for being here. Charlie, kick us off here. Your reaction to what you just saw.
This is a cultural fire alarm, and we have young people that want to start groups or even write an essay like about Candace in support of their country, and they are being accused of things that they don't, not even didn't do, but things they don't believe. Where are the adults in this situation? You know, the incident in Minnesota is so telling. So Avery was accused by the entire school with walkouts, with demonstrations and protests, with no evidence whatsoever. And the FBI got involved, the police got involved, and it turned out to be all a hoax, completely fake. And yet they won't say who made up those messages, interestingly enough. But again, where are the teachers, where are the administrators, and where are the adults that are going to start to stand up and realize that the next generation that's standing up for freedom in our country is worthy of protection in this situation? It takes courage to be a young conservative. It's time for adults to start to protect young people's right to organize and speak their minds.
And Candace, the mainstream media and big tech is fanning the flames. Look, earlier this week, Facebook blocked users from sharing a New York Post and Daily Mail story on the co-founder of Black Lives Matter and her $3.2 million real estate holdings.
Right, exactly. And they always use this idea. They say, oh, well, we're protecting her privacy, as if this is a form of doxing, and that couldn't be further from the truth. They did the exact same thing, don't forget. Most notably, with the Hunter Biden, the emails and the laptop, they censored that information because they're trying to make sure that the truth does not get out. They are trying to protect the Democratic Party, and not only the Democratic Party, but the left-wing institutions in general. This thought process that we keep seeing, that conservatives are not allowed to exist, that being conservative is backwards and it's wrong. And especially when it comes to the education system, taking part in this, right? Smearing and libeling their own students. These students having to transfer out of schools. This is systematic bullying that's happening, but worse than that, it's propagandists, right? What we're seeing happening right now in the schools, they're saying, this is the acceptable way that human beings must think. This young girl that you brought up, Julia, picked me, a black person, for Black History Month, and she was accused of being a racist. I mean, that is so twisted and perverted and wrong. It would be funny if it wasn't so cruel that led to her actually having to transfer out of this school. This is a problem, and Charlie, you are correct. Parents have to start speaking out, not just speaking out, but suing. You have to start suing these schools because they're ruining the lives of young children.
That's right. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about suing and how some families are pushing back in the next block. Welcome back. I am back with Charlie Kirk, the founder of Turning Point USA, and Candace Owens, the host of Candace on the Daily Wire. I want to talk about this letter that is circulating the internet. And this is a letter from Andrew Gutman. He is the father of a girl in seventh grade. She's been in Brearley since kindergarten. He says, if the administration were genuinely seriously about diversity, it would not insist on the indoctrination of its students and their families to a single mindset most reminiscent of the Chinese Cultural Revolution. He goes on to say, I object to the view that I should be judged by the color of my skin. I cannot tolerate a school that not only judges my daughter by the color of her skin, but encourages and instructs her to prejudge others by theirs. Candace.
This man is a hero. Parents, pay attention. He's an absolute hero. So many parents that confide in me and say, what do I do? What do I do? I say, yank your children out of school. The time is now. It's not tomorrow. You cannot have your children sent to school. What's taking place right now throughout all of these universities and colleges and schools is a form of social engineering. They're taking your children, they're undermining parents at every single point. And the purpose of that is because they want to turn these children into government activists. What they want to do is to grow government. They want people to depend on government. They don't want them to turn to mom and dad for answers. They want them to think that mom and dad are wrong, are backwards and racist, and that these children are, so smart and so woke. They're handing out meaningless degrees, degrees in Latin X studies, degrees in gender studies, all of these things because they want these kids to think that they know more than us, when in fact they're learning nothing. They're rinsing the education system of hard academics, of math, of reading, of writing. They're producing failures. So this man is an absolute hero.
Math is now racist, I guess, Charlie. The California Education Department considering implementing a new statewide initiative to make math less racist.
Right, and this father is a hero. Candace is absolutely right. And he hit on something, this word diversity. The left loves talking about diversity. Their form of diversity, though, is everyone that looks different but thinks the same. No ideological diversity, no philosophical diversity, no, complete conformity. And that's actually what has always made America such a vibrant and exciting country. And quite honestly, the most successful country ever to exist in the history of the world. This all starts on the college campuses. It's on the corporations, halls of Congress, the rest of the country. We have to push back.
You would think that corporate America would not get involved, but instead They're piling on. Candace and Charlie, thank you so much. Have a great Sunday, everybody.
My name is Tyler Devereaux. I'm inviting you to attend my brand new 2-hour live masterclass. And I'm about to show you what 99% of real estate investors don't understand. Me and my students land and profit from these big deals all the time from what I'm about to teach you. These are big, sexy apartment deals that nobody ever talks about. And they are, in fact, much less work and a whole lot more profitable than any flipping TV show that you see on all these channels, right? Flipping single family homes. So give yourselves 90 seconds and I'll prove that you can do the exact same thing. We're obviously going to cover this in a lot more detail at the upcoming 2-hour class, but here's a quick look. Okay, a typical apartment deal has 4 key roles, really 3 key roles, with the property manager being the 4th, okay? Number 1 is the deal specialist, that's you. Number 2 is the sponsor. Now, this could be you, but for right now, the banks want somebody like myself or somebody in my network who's done deals like this before to actually sign on the loan, okay? And this individual would own 5%. And number 3 is the money partners. Now, these are the individuals who actually bring the money into the deal. And we'll show you how our network can help with that as well. And then lastly, like I mentioned, is this property manager down here. They don't own the deal, they just manage the deal, okay? Allows us to be hands-off. Now that's it. You don't have to worry about toilets and all that other garbage. So let's talk about how we get paid. Okay, a typical apartment has 150 units for about $10 million. And if that seems intimidating, I'm gonna show you how you can own 25% of that or more without any of your own money. Okay, so bear with me. Now those money partners who bring the money in, who do actually bring that in, will obviously want their fair share of ownership. And that's typically 70%. Now the sponsor, that's the individual, remember, who helps you qualify for the deal, they're going to want 5% of the deal. And then you, as the deal specialist, 25% of the deal. Now as the deal specialist, you get paid 3 ways. And let's cover cash flow first. Okay, cash flow will be your portion of the monthly rents. And on a property like this, that cash flow would be about $25,000 per month. 25% of that, which is your portion, would be $6,250 per month or $75,000 per year, every year until you sell. Now when you sell, you get another good chunk too. We'll dig deeper into the details of this in person. And then lastly, in an apartment deal like this, as the deal specialist, you also get paid up front, okay, as you close the deal. That payment's called an acquisition fee, and it ranges anywhere from 3 to 5% of the purchase price. All right, now let's get back to my promise of showing you how you can fund an incredible retirement with just 1 deal, and then leave an awesome legacy with the second. And hopefully you're starting to see that, right? Now from my example that we just went through, your first year total would be $675,000. $75,000 in cash flow, $300 in equity, $300 in acquisition fee. You hold that property for 5 years, and that total becomes $2,175,000 because of the cash flow you receive, the equity you receive each year. And the best part, you only wear 1 hat, okay, which means you can actually enjoy your life and not struggle along. And I'll teach you how to do this within your spare time, and I'll introduce you to people within my network who can help, okay? All right, I'm hosting one of our brand new 2-hour live master classes at a venue near your home. Okay, if you're finally ready to start making real money in real estate, then I invite you to follow the link below in this video and claim 2 seats. Okay, these are the projects and deals that will allow you to have the lifestyle and the financial security that you're looking for. Just like Sarah, just like me, just like hundreds of other students, all right? So come join me, the choice is yours. Okay, click the link below, I invite you. We'll see you soon at the class, okay? Take care. Hey, jump in, fast man. Shock us and smiles, guys. Give them shock us and smiles. See you soon.
With Kaiser University, I feel very supported, like I have a family.
With Kaiser University, I feel like I'm exactly where I need to be.
With Kaiser University, I feel ready.
With Kaiser University, I feel educated and prepared for my future. 100%.
The U.S. intelligence community is now backing off reports that Russia put bounties on the heads of U.S. troops, downplaying what was at one point a major election story. A senior Biden administration official says our intel agencies have, quote, low to moderate confidence in the reports, meaning the story is at best unproven and possibly untrue. But last year, President Biden, Democrats, and the media often cited the reports to attack former President Trump, with some even crying treason. This is Outnumbered. I'm Emily Campagno. Here today, my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kayleigh McEnany, former State Department spokesperson Morgan Ortagus, and joining us today in the center seat, Jason Chaffetz, former Utah congressman and a Fox News contributor. Now, when this story first made headlines last year, it prompted a wave of criticism against then-President Trump. And even though the reports were unproven then, the White House press corps did not hold back when our own Kayleigh McEnany was at the lectern. Kayleigh stood at that White House podium and told the New York Times that their story was wrong and that she was hammered for it. Watch, and Kayleigh will get your perspective to this on the other side.
The Russia bounty story was not of the loop by the intelligence community?
No, as I noted, there was not a consensus among the intelligence community. And
what does the president have to say to military service, the families of service members who are really afraid that their loved ones might have been killed in connection to this Russia bounty?
Does the president or the administration plan to make it very clear to the Russian Federation that there should not be bounties placed on the heads of American soldiers serving in Afghanistan?
Did the president raise the issue of Russian bounties on the lives of American troops during that phone call?
It's been a month since there were reports of Russian bounties upon American military forces, and yet the White House has done nothing to push back on Putin. What is the delay?
Kayleigh, your perspective.
Yeah, I was asked dozens and dozens of questions about the Russia bounties. I cautioned reporters on the first day the story came out, and I said, look, do not be so quick to buy this New York Times story. This information is unverified. There are dissenting opinions in the intelligence community. Do not run with this narrative. It's just simply not true and not the case. But not only did they run with it, it is remarkable if you take a walk through memory lane at the New York Times, convincing military families who had their loved ones killed in action that, in fact, Russia bounties were probably to blame. And not only that, but their commander-in-chief, President Donald Trump, just simply didn't care. It was a heinous allegation. They ran with it. CNN dropped the word alleged from their reporting. The Washington Post said they had verified the reporting and then went on to give President Trump 4 Pinocchios over it. It was amazing. It was a story a narrative that set in the summer and one that took hold, and it was so heinous at the heart of it that the commander-in-chief would not care about United States military men and women in the line of battle. It was egregious, and I'm glad that this day of accounting has come.
Morgan, what exactly does moderate or low confidence mean? And tell us about the risks that this kinds of leaks pose to the intelligence community.
Yeah, I mean, Kayleigh and I were both working on this at the time, and I can tell you over at State and DoD, this was incredibly frustrating because, so first, when you talk about low to moderate confidence, it's important to know that the intelligence community has not changed their assessment on this reporting. It's been reported in open source and news articles that this was single source intelligence, which means that this wasn't an analytic finished product that the intel community had looked at. This was a rumor, right? This is a debunked rumor. The writers, the authors of the New York Times who wrote on this, write on Intelligence Matters. They were explained to this behind the scenes by the DoD, by Milley. You can go through the list. I mean, every senior defense official that we had, Robert O'Brien gave a briefing on this. And the real problem here is that you had a single individual take a piece of raw intelligence, leak it to the media, and the media ran with it because it was a narrative that fit what they thought about President Trump. And they essentially, I said this earlier this morning on America's Newsroom, they tried to goad President Trump and our military into a conflict with Russia over a debunked rumor. This is just, it was incredibly irresponsible. It was incredibly frustrating at the time to see the media and the Democrats run with this, and many Democrats who really, like President Biden, who knew much better because they've dealt with intelligence issues for a long time.
Jason, you were chairman of the House Subcommittee on National Security, so share with us your perspective from that political perspective. While you had colleagues that were calling this at the time an outrage, treason, and worse during that situation when, as Morgan and Kaylee have pointed out, the intel was quite clear to them on that side.
I think what's most outrageous and added to a very, very long list is Congressman Schiff and Congressman Swalwell. They sit on the House Intelligence Agency, and then they would come out in front of the cameras and be able to say, well, look, we've seen classified information that the rest of you haven't had. And they threw flames, they threw gasoline on this fire, and they kept telling people that it was true, that it was worse, that it was treasonous. And that was all political theater. And it isn't the first time that they did this. They didn't just get it wrong. It wasn't a mistake. It was a calculated political ploy. And why these two still sit on the House Intel Committee is just fundamentally wrong, and shame on Nancy Pelosi for continuing to appoint them, because they use this as a political bludgeoning tool. And for Kaylee and to Morgan and Robert O'Brien and all the people that were there looking at the actual intelligence, I'm sure the apologies and I'm sure the corrections will just come flowing in today.
Right. And Jason, this was part of a campaign tactic. This was part of a narrative pushed by, for example, then candidate Biden about Trump's failure to admonish Russia over it, about his failure to be briefed. They ran with this really far during the campaign.
They did. And again, it was a narrative that they started even before Donald Trump became president. They ran with it for 4 years. And it's absolutely not true. All the fiction and the hoax about Donald Trump and Russia, they never came up with anything. And they continue to use it. And now we get through the 4 years of Donald Trump, and there isn't a single bit of evidence. In fact, Donald Trump was tougher on Russia than we're seeing President Biden and certainly President Obama. And so you want to see who's being soft on Russia right now? It's Joe Biden. Russia is amassing troops on the Ukrainian border, and you barely hear a peep out of this president.
Emily, can I back up? Can I back him up? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, Morgan, please.
Yeah, I was just going to say that this type of thing has global ramifications. The congressman is absolutely right. There's global ramifications whenever we run with bad intelligence, we present it to the world as fact, and then we later have to backpedal on all of this. And so one of the reasons why Kaylee and I and at the DOD we were pushing back on this so much is because there are plenty of the things that the Russians do that are egregious, that are wrong, amassing troops at the Ukrainian border, as Jason just talked about. And whenever you start blaming the Russians for debunked rumors, for bad intelligence, for raw intelligence, it loses the veracity. It loses the effect and our ability to hold Russia accountable for the many things that they do that are quite egregious. So that's why it's so dangerous. It undermines what Russia is actually guilty for and undermines our ability to hold them accountable.
And we see that same sort of thing, Harris, internally.
You know, I just want to jump in a little bit here because Senator Cotton, who joined me last hour, was saying that there are some real tangible ways that we can look at how Joe Biden now is handling Russia, the pipeline. Jason, I'll come back to you on this point to fill in the blanks on some of the things that we're watching. If the media were really doing its job, it would be looking at those items and saying, okay, well, you're not watching what's going on there. You're not watching the troops massing. What you're doing is you're watching an old narrative that now has been debunked. And by the way, why wasn't it debunked when some on Capitol Hill, like Senator Cotton, took a look at it and said there's no there there? That's why it sits in that very low to moderate competence category of intelligence. I mean, why weren't the questions burgeoning then? Instead, we saw this perpetual, with Kaylee at the lectern, game of gotcha. I mean, it was just, oh, we got you today. We got you today, Kaylee. We got you. And Kaylee, your response would be, well, let me show you how you didn't. You know, and it was just, what was that game about? Because now we really are in a capitulated position with a country that means us harm.
Yeah, Harris, if I could just say, and there are ramifications to this. let's be very clear what's at stake here. I read statements to the press from the CIA, from the Department of National Intelligence, from the National Security Council saying what you are doing is so damaging to our ability to collect intelligence. No ally is going to want to share intelligence if it's criminally leaked to the New York Times. Obama dealt with, on average, 33 referrals, and I told the press this at the podium, 33 referrals of criminal leaks. President Trump was dealing with 100 on average every year, referrals to the DOJ. This is damaging. There are consequences for American lives, American troops, when the press runs with a narrative and we don't get the intelligence we need to protect our men and women abroad and protect our men and women at home.
Morgan, I'd like to give you the next word as well. Oh. Go ahead, Jason.
No, go ahead, Jason.
I was going to say, the part of it was an election year, and they were trying to continue to discredit the president. They tried and tried and tried again, and the traditional media just ran with it. And meanwhile, you have a very responsible General McKenzie, who's in charge of the United States Central Command, telling us he hasn't seen the information. So somebody needs to be held accountable. And for me, again, I go back to Swalwell and Schiff, because they had access, they could see it, they weren't just repeating, what showed up in the New York Times. They have the responsibility, and they should be held accountable for spewing classified information that was not true and doing it for purely political reasons.
And Morgan, I believe that I was standing next to you. Go ahead, please.
Sorry. I was just going to say, speaking of accountability, I'd like to see some accountability to the New York Times and the Washington Post and reporters in Washington who understand intelligence and understand that this was raw and unverified intelligence and still ran with it anyway. I'd like to see some accountability there. Yes. And furthermore, we have these questions about why wasn't this being briefed to President Trump. You have to understand that when the president gets his daily brief, as Kaylee and others know, this goes through layers of the intelligence community. It's analyzed. You rarely present raw intelligence to the president. There's so many things that were wrong with this story. If you reported every rumor to the president, you could spend all day with the president giving him rumors around the world. That's not how intelligence reporting works. So if you go through layer after layer, the president was being questioned about why wouldn't you brief this when it was something that would never rise to his level until it had gone through a full intel community analysis and assessment. So the story's bad. There needs to be some accountability, not only in Congress, but to the media who reported it, and the Dems, including President Biden, who spun it for political purposes throughout a campaign season.
Exactly.
Senator Cotton says that Biden owes Trump an apology.
100%.
We'll have to leave it there, but we could certainly talk about this all hour, all day, and your perspectives are so valuable, all of you.
Whatever.
In 7 months at Tulsa Weather School will really change your life. And in 7 months, you're already working on ships, you're working on skyscrapers, and you're doing things that at your regular job right now you're not doing. So take the chance and do it.
Build your future. Start welding.
America went insane over the weekend. That's barely an overstatement. People in their 80s who have lived in the U.S. all their lives said they'd never seen anything like it. Ask an 80-year-old. This was without precedent in the modern era. A small group of highly aggressive, emotionally charged activists took over our culture. They forced the entire country.
Just days ago, Maxine Waters was in the streets calling for protesters to get more confrontational if the trial didn't go the way they wanted. What is she saying now that Chauvin was found guilty? Chief Breaking News correspondent Trace Gallagher has the latest.
And then we heard from President Biden and Vice President Harris, many other prominent Democrats on the conviction of Derek Chauvin, but right after the verdict, oddly, as you intimated, we heard nothing from one of the most outspoken advocates, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, who initially refused to answer reporters' questions as you see her walking down the hall here. This is the same representative who caused quite a stir by saying this weekend to supporters on the streets of Minnesota, this. Watch.
Well, you got to stay on the streets, and you got to get more active, you got to get more confrontation.
Those comments prompted Judge Peter Cahill, who presided over the Chauvin trial, to say that Maxine Waters' comments could be grounds for appealing the verdict. Here's the judge.
Now that we have U.S. representatives threatening acts of violence in relation to this specific case, it's mind-boggling to me, Judge.
Well, I'll give you that Congresswoman Waters may have given you something on appeal that may result in this whole trial being overturned.
Of course, it's unclear if Waters' comments will eventually be used on appeal, but just moments ago on MSNBC, clearly a friendly media outlet, Waters did finally respond to the verdict. Watch.
I'm delighted that we have the verdict that we got today. I could not believe it, but it is absolutely true, and I'm looking forward to elected officials using their influence and their power, and for our city council people who have the budgets of these police, who have been intimidated by these police unions, seeing that it is possible to do right, do what is right, and to honor, the community.
Relieved by the outcome of the trial, again intimating, Ben, that maybe the budgets of police departments need to be looked at. Ben.
I'm trying not to be disgusted by what she said there.
The house of Gucci. Ucciso a Milano Maurizio Gucci. The murder that rocked the fashion world. Lady Gucci. The story of Patrizia Reggiani.
Once again this weekend, we saw a member of the majority openly call for more confrontation in a Minneapolis suburb. If this were reversed, if this was said by a Republican, you know, Madam Speaker, that the majority in this chamber would move to strip that representative of their committees and possibly move to expel them from Congress.
So, the Speaker Pelosi was asked whether or not Maxine Waters needs to apologize. The Speaker's response, no, she doesn't. That woman on the floor should be apologizing for what she said. McClain hit back, tweeting, as that woman, no, I won't apologize for calling out the double standards that you have set. Congresswoman Lisa McClain, Republican of Michigan, joins me now. So, first of all, welcome to the program. This is quite the back and forth that really has nothing to do with the issue of, wading in on the ground in Minnesota of Maxine Waters. First, your response to Pelosi, and then let's go deeper on the other issue.
Well, first of all, Speaker Pelosi, you need to learn this woman's name, and that's Lisa McClain. And this woman will continue to fight to expose the double standards. I will fight for the people of my district, and I will fight to uphold the Constitution.
And, all of this started because the Congresswoman Maxine Waters didn't say this in a little scrum with media outside her office on Capitol Hill. She was on the ground among protesters in Minnesota saying, get confrontational if the verdict is not guilty.
Yep, and therein lies the problem. The Democrats have set a standard, and all I'm asking is, Madam Speaker, don't you think we both should play by the same rules? I mean, I often say if it wasn't for double standards, we'd have no standards at all. We saw this with Marjorie Taylor Greene when they expelled her and removed her from her committees because of words she said prior to even getting in Congress. And let's not forget, President Trump, they impeached President Trump for inciting violence. Madam Speaker, do you really want to hold your party to a lower standard than you hold the Republicans? I don't think so.
Well, look, we've been reporting, because it's happening, that there is some redefining of words like infrastructure and whatnot. Maybe they're redefining what confrontational means, but I think we have a pretty baseline understanding that it's not about making peace. If you have a quick word about that, and then I'm going to get to something else.
Words do matter, but I don't know how you can misinterpret confrontational. Go out and get more confrontational. I don't know how you misinterpret that. So again, let's play by the same rules. That's all I ask.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki also asked about Representative Waters' comments. Let's watch.
His view is also that exercising First Amendment rights and protesting injustice is the most American thing that anyone can do. But as he also always says, protests must be peaceful. That's what he continues to call for and what he continues to believe is the right way to approach responding.
Well, as people can see our screen right now, we have the White House distancing itself from Maxine Waters' comments. What is your response to that?
As they should. They either need to distance themselves completely or get in the game and talk to the majority leader, Nancy Pelosi, and ask her to clean up their own house. The issue is this. Our job as leaders is to de-escalate a situation. Not get on a plane, fly to a city that's already in turmoil, and incite mob violence. That's not our job as leaders. Our job is to de-escalate the situation. We are not the judge, the jury, and the executioner. It's our job as congressmen and women to make the laws, not to enforce them, and definitely not to incite violence.
I want to go to this now, because I find this to be that word that we overuse. Townhall.com reported that Maxine Waters requested a police escort for her Saturday trip to Minnesota before she told protesters to get more confrontation. You see the travel log right there on the screen. Congresswoman McClain, your thoughts about this?
I think it's comical. If it wasn't so true. Why need a police escort? I mean, isn't this the party that wants to defund the police? If it's a peaceful situation, why do you need a police escort? If you're going there not to incite violence, to de-escalate the situation, why a police escort? You know, at some point in time, our actions are actually going to match our words. Not, unfortunately, in this case.
Well, as you started off with, she needs to learn your name. You had a lot to say on this point of view, and one person who agreed with what you're saying was the judge in the case. He doesn't want anybody on Capitol Hill weighing in before the verdict comes down. We'll see what happens with Maxine Waters. Lisa McClain, Congresswoman, great to have you on the program. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. Have a great day.
You too.
With Yesware, sales reps are reporting 48% higher connect rates, 2 times more meetings, and 20% or more in sales. Yesware tracks all your email campaigns, showing you exactly when a prospect opens your email, clicks on a link, or views them.
And welcome to Hannity, and tonight we're broadcasting from the always beautiful Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida, where in just moments, the 45th President of the United States thanks so much for coming in. What's your reaction to all this?
I'm trying to take a bigger view and looking at, you know, none of us were in the jury room, but now we're kind of in our living room and we're all dealing with it together, and you have to ask what's next and what role am I going to play in that? And, you know, I saw Nancy Pelosi look to the skies and thank George Floyd for giving his life for justice. And that's one of the things I'm very worried about. We don't in America try symbols or movements. We try individuals.
The fuck up, man.
And like I said, I was not in the jury room. And I don't want to get into that because that is our system. But we have to try individuals and not movements. This verdict does not bring George Floyd back to his family. This takes another man who got up one day and wasn't thinking, I'm going to kill somebody, away from his family, perhaps for the rest of his life. I wish today we could be a little more like the Amish. When the gunman came in and killed a lot of their children, they mourned with their children, but they also went and they mourned with the killer's family. and said it wasn't you. But that's not the message we get from too many today. It's all about collective justice and collective guilt. We need to mourn with both sides and realize this has been a horrible, horrible year that has torn our country apart, and we started together. When we all watched this that first day, we all gasped. We all said, oh my gosh, we were united. But then politics slunk into the room and tore us apart. For what? For what? So what is it that we do now? Tonight, a guy is dead and another guy is going to jail for perhaps the rest of his life. And we're looking at a system where justice should be blind. I hope it was in this case. It shouldn't be about color. It shouldn't be about wealth or station. It's blind justice, not social justice. And then when we achieve that, we do the best we can, and only God can restore everything else. Tucker, I have so many emotions because I'm watching everybody react to this on TV, and I just think to myself, how do we turn this into a positive? Can we come together with malice toward none and charity toward all, and come together and heal the wounds? Can we find principles that we have in common again? I know everyone that I work with, everybody I know, is looking towards those principles of equal justice and get the bad guy, not color, not trying people for a cause. We have a great opportunity. Let's see if we grasp it. So nicely put. Glenn Beck, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Me, I want what's coming to me, or what's coming to you. Words.
What do you think about when you imagine a beach in the tropics of Australia? To most it's paradise, to home it's a few, but to one person it meant the end. My name's Adrian and welcome back to Coffee House Crime. Today we're looking at the case of Toyah Cordingley, who in late 2018 was found on a beach in Cairns, Australia, and how although police they have a suspect, they can't reach him or even find him. If you're new to this channel, I post both solved and unsolved cases here on a weekly basis, so if you haven't yet, please consider subscribing to Coffee House Crime. Okay, on that note, it's time to grab a coffee and sit back. Here is the case of Toyah Cordingley. Cairns. Cairns, located in Queensland, is found on Australia's northeastern coast. The place is known for its agriculture, wide array of natural resources, and its stunning scenery. Known as the gateway to the Great Barrier Reef to its east, with access to the Daintree rainforest to its west, all while offering dozens of restaurants and beach bars at its doorstep, there's no denying that Cairns can be considered life in paradise. The year is 2018, and one of Cairns' residents lived by the name of Toyah Cordingley. Toyah was 24. She was born on the 14th of June 1994, and she lived in the suburbs of Worry, southwest of the city. Toyah was born to her parents, Troy and Vanessa, but while growing up, Troy and Vanessa would separate. Both of her parents would eventually remarry. Toyah overcame her life struggles with positivity. In fact, she enjoyed having two sets of parents, keeping in close and loving contact with them both. Toyah was described as a loving and carefree spirit. She was known as someone who enjoyed adventure. and she often expressed her vibrant personality in many ways, one of them through her various colours of hair. She was also well known in the area for her compassion and care towards unwanted animals. She had previously worked at a local refuge and boarding centre for cats and dogs north in the town of Port Douglas. She had previously given up her role to become a full-time pharmacist in a local town, but Toya, her heart still rested with animal welfare. She continued to volunteer at local animal shelters in her spare time, and when she wasn't doing that, she was looking after her own. Toya had a boyfriend named Marco Heidenreich, who she had been dating since early 2016. Marco too loved animals, and he was the owner of multiple dogs and snakes. On the day of October the 21st, 2018, it was a Sunday. It was a normal day for Toya as well. She picked up the morning shift at a pharmacy, and she had plans in the afternoon to take her dogs down to the local beach for some exercise. Toya finished work at noon, but before returning home, she decided to check out the local market in town, aptly named Rusty's Market. Shortly before 12:45 p.m, CCTV cameras captured her on Sheridan Street, walking back towards her car with a colourful basket. She then travelled home to drop off her belongings, before driving by her boyfriend's house to pick up his dog, Indy. And after that, shortly before 2 p.m, Toya drove to Wangeti Beach, 25 kilometres north of Cairns. Toya would often go to lesser-known beaches like Wangeti to clear her head. For many tourists, the beach was a place to wind down with a burger and a beer, but for Toya, she was a local. And so relaxation for her was to find a quiet stretch of sand, a place that she could be alone, somewhere where she could get away from the busy hustle and bustle of her work schedule. The beach was secluded, far from any town or tourist hotspot. The only local buildings nearby were a couple hotels and a resort, meaning that she could freely let Indy off the leash for a good run. And with the month of October, it was early summer in Australia. The sun, it was pleasant. The wind, it was gentle. The sand, soft underfoot. Toya, she reached out into the beach. For most, this was a holiday paradise. But for Toya, this was home. But Toya never returned home later that day. Toya's boyfriend Marco began to grow worried into the evening. Toya, she wasn't replying to any of his messages, and Indy, she was nowhere to be seen either. Toya, she liked to take time with her walks, sure, but for several hours, without any response or warning, that wasn't normal. At 9 p.m, Marco had enough. He raised the alarm to police. He would also inform police that he had a feeling that she would either have visited Clifton or Wangeti Beach that day. Toya's mother, Vanessa, was woken up by Toya's brother, Jack, and Vanessa would then be told that Marco had called police to inform them of her disappearance. Police drove to Wangeti Beach, arriving sometime shortly after 9:30 p.m, but with the beach being so remote and so dark, they decided to call off the search until the morning. With police waiting until the next day to start their search, Vanessa, Jack and Toya's father, Troy, increasingly got worried for their daughter. They decided to take matters into their own hands. It was the middle of the night, but the family, they were extremely unsettled with her ever-glaring disappearance. So the three headed to Wangeti Beach. They arrived at the South Car Park to find Toya's blue 2009 Mitsubishi Lancer, an indication that she should be somewhere nearby. Additional members of the search party were soon called to join. With the closest building or lit streetlight over a mile away, it was pitch black. The only things guiding the Cordingley family on the beach was their torches and the moon above. It was sometime soon after that while walking up the beach, they then found Marco's dog. Indy was found 800 meters north by Vanessa, tied up to a tree so tight that she couldn't sit down. The dog was unharmed, but it was silent. She'd been out there alone for several hours, and she seemed to be distressed. Vanessa would return to Toya's vehicle with Indy, but Troy, he would continue leading the search efforts in a desperate attempt to find his daughter. As the sun began to rise, and as the tide started to recede, search efforts were still underway to find Toya. At this point, police were also on the way too. And with the assistance of sunlight, Troy, who could see in the distance, saw something which seemed to be a foot protruding from the sand. As Troy peered closer, he began to walk towards the object, and As he got closer, he began to run. When he eventually got there, he started digging. And, well, unfortunately, he'd found his daughter. She was naked in a shallow grave below the sand. It was clear from her injuries that she had unfortunately endured a vicious attack. There was no possibility that this was just an accident. She had been punctured more than several times with a knife. Time stopped for the Cordingley family. They were now in the toughest moments of their lives, each one morbidly devastated. Search party members in disbelief, the community entirely shaken. 1 week later, Toya was put to rest. Her funeral, held in a chapel in Cairns, was packed with over 400 mourners. Family members and loved ones came to express their love and sorrow for her, even Marco's dog Indy attending. And following Toya's death, the next big question for police and pretty much everyone that had heard of the news was who did it, who killed Toya, and why? Queensland Police would lead the investigation into Toya's murder, with State Emergency Services also teaming up in the physical search. Plus, an additional 100 members of the public would also join in, and together, they would search that beach to try to find any clues that could link Toya to her killer. Several strange clues reached out to the police. It was noted that the attack was very violent. Usually with so much violence means there's a lot of emotion, and with a lot of emotion means that normally the victim knew the killer. But Toya, she was a very well-loved woman. She had no enemies, and all of her friends and family, they had alibis for the day that she was killed. What was also bizarre was how easy Toya's attacker had got away. Not only had she been attacked in an open spot in daylight with no witnesses, but she also had Indy. Indy was a larger-than-average dog. She was a German Shepherd, Great Dane and Mastiff mix, all of which can be very protective breeds. Yet, she was tied up to the tree so easily. No signs of injury, and no signs of attacking someone or something else either. Police would quickly put out a request to the public for any dashcam footage that was taken between 12 noon and 7 PM on the day that Toya was killed. They would also ask anyone who had any potential information, no matter how big or small, to come forward. This included a direct request to anyone who knew of any males in the area who'd been harassing women in the past. And this was for good reason too, because police they now expected that the crime was sexually motivated. In the days and then weeks following Toya's death, police would report that they'd received over 100 tips from local people in the region. These tips would report a wide range of offences. It included the use of cannabis, it included harassment, and as expected on a beach, it also included indecent exposure. And in late 2018, police would release CCTV footage to the public. They first showed Toya at Rusty's Market early that fateful day. And then of a short video taken from a road post, revealing approximately 70 vehicles that had been driving on Cook Highway between 5:02 PM and 5:07 PM that day. What seemed to be increasingly obvious was that police, they were honing in on a specific time and a specific location on the day that Toya died. Where they were first interested in several locations over most of the afternoon, they're now interested in just 5 minutes and one place. This is where the surveillance footage captured by that road post is still relevant to this date, because police, they're still trying to identify some of those vehicles and some of those passengers. That's because to this day, no one has been formally arrested for the death of Toya Cordingley. Yet. And this is where it gets very interesting. Following the morning after Toya's death, investigators started the hunt for a killer, and moving into November, they started to grow a list of persons of interest. It would only take 2 or 3 months into January 2019, however, that police, they were able to whittle that list down from several suspects to just one. This suspect, he seemed to fit the puzzle pretty well. And this is where I need to introduce you to a man. His name is Rajwinder Singh.
I got my bachelor's in cybersecurity from WGU. I got several certifications included in the degree, which are industry recognized in the IT world.
Rajwinder Singh was a man originally from India. He grew up in the city of Amritsar, in the northwestern state of Punjab. Several years prior to 2018, he, along with his family and children, moved to Australia for a better suited lifestyle. It is then that they moved to Innisfail, a rural town found 80 kilometres south from Cairns. Rajwinder, otherwise known as Raj, was a hard-working man. Not only was he a father to 3 kids, but he was also a geriatric nurse, working for Queensland Health at Innisfail Hospital. He could also speak 3 languages, English, Hindi and Punjabi. But despite his hard-working ethic, there were also issues with Rajwinder. He was a quiet and isolated man, which inherently isn't problematic, but coupled with depression, made him an unpredictable man. It was discovered that in the months and weeks leading up to October 2018, colleagues and friends would notice strange behaviours coming from Rajwinder. He grew more isolated, more depressed, and he took a lot of time off work without any obvious reason why. The situation with Rajwinder would grow a lot worse, however. On the day of Toya's murder, police were able to triangulate security and dashcam footage around the location of her cell phone coordinates, meaning that the available footage was able to lock in certain vehicles to the area at the time of the crime. And for Rajwinder, his car was one of those vehicles. Witnesses would also eventually come forward to police to highlight that they had seen Rajwinder driving suspiciously in the hours prior to Toya's attack. There would also be reports of him acting suspicious later in the day too, and the most damning of all, one witness had even reported that they had seen Rajwinder covered in scratch and bite marks. And other than potential cell phone data and security footage, police would also hint that they may have found his DNA at the beach too. The concerning details did not stop here though. Rajwinder's family, they would eventually confirm to police that yes, Rajwinder, he had gone to Cairns that day, before frantically returning later that evening. They were not sure what was wrong, but Rajwinder, he seemed panicked and restless and deeply upset. He was only home for a few hours though, because later that night, he slipped out the house and disappeared. Where he went, his family didn't know. Unknown to his family, Rajwinder would fly to Sydney that night, and according to his sister, he spent the night at her place in the city. The next morning he would fly again, but no, it wasn't back to his family in Cairns. This time, his destination was India. By the time police had linked Rajwinder to the crime scene and then traced his path to the airport, it was already weeks too late.
Y'all see that shit?
By now, he was long gone, and with no signs of coming back.
Derek Chauvin found guilty on all 3 charges.
Tickets he had booked to Sydney
everything
and
else.
then to India were both booked late in the evening of October 21st.
Bitches.
The same evening that
Fuck
Toya
all
had
you
been
white
murdered.
suppressors.
He had left
Fuck
his
all
job,
you
his
white
wife,
people,
his kids,
period,
and his newborn baby
support
behind.
Derek Chauvin.
The life that he had taken decades to build, abandoned in just hours.
Put me in my own damn
and this is where the
lobby. I don't give a
investigation grows complicated.
Fuck Derek Chauvin. My son can listen to all you want. Isaiah, and fuck Derek Chauvin.
Because although all these events unfolded in a matter of weeks, the case of Toya accordingly would abruptly freeze. 1 year later, in November 2019, frustrations on the case would start to show across Cairns and the rest of Australia. It was revealed by Indian authorities that they still had not yet received an extradition request for Rajwinder Singh. An extradition treaty is a formal agreement made between 2 countries to extradite or hand over a suspect wanted for crimes in the requested country. In other words, India has an extradition treaty with Australia, and should Australia believe that Rajwinder Singh did murder Toya, they could formally request India to hand him over. But this process is complex and challenging. Particularly with India, police have to make sure that, well, they have enough evidence to almost entirely prosecute someone. And since the extradition treaty can only be requested once, they have to make sure they have enough information on him. Failure to do so could mean that Rajwinder is exempt from a second chance. The red tape is nothing short of infuriating for Toya's family and friends, because, as of today, Rajwinder Singh is still a free man. He is believed to remain close to where he had fled, back in Amritsar, and if he hadn't started up a new life by now, could be taking shelter in a nearby Sikh temple, claiming free board for work. But in March 2021, progress on Toy's case was finally made. That's because Queensland police and systems of Australia's government.
I forgot I was getting the damn fucking shit. The damn long fin. So now I will be on guard. So I forgot, yo. I forgot. So I will get my shit together. How much money I got? No dollars. Oh gosh. Really, I didn't want to just do his car, but he ain't had nothing. Alright, let's go. Fuck you, cracker. Yo, what's going on, dude? What's up?
What's up?
Not much.
Yeah. Ever since, I guess maybe I just left. Went to eat. Chill, now I'm back. But man, I wanna go somewhere, man.
What do you mean somewhere? Like what somewhere?
Nice.
Like Vermont, California, what?
I can save enough money. Well, definitely California. I don't want to go back to Chicago because you know, I've been there. New York, you can go there. You can go to just somewhere with some nice attractions.
Oh yeah? So, as long as you know what you want and what you want to have in life, there'll be a picture that you can describe. So, give me a picture that you describe where you want to live as an adult.
I'm saying just go for a vacation.
Son, regardless of what you want, let me know. That's what I'm saying. I don't care if it's just for a temporary fix or not. Let me know what you want to do. I want to go to California, so if you're like, I want to go to California, I'll be like, yo, we going to California. But I really want you to have an open opportunity to drive and fly wherever you want to go.
I'm gonna save about like $5,000, go whatever.
Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely agree with that. So what you doing, man?
Nothing, just chilling.
Just chilling.
Just reading. Guess no.
What you got going to school tomorrow?
I ain't got
anything important?
Tests.
No tests?
No. Not important.
Everything in school is important, but nothing you need to be worried about, right? You understand what I'm saying? Everything in school is important. Don't never say nothing in school is not important. Everything in school is important, son. whether you want to believe it or not.
What the heck?
You hear me?
Yep.
What'd I say?
You said everything that school is important.
Everything that school is important. Yes, sir. Yeah. What's up, dude? You alright? You alright? Yo.
Hello?
Yo. What's going on?
Yeah, this is another place I want. If I ever go to California, I'll just here.
Yeah.
It's called a store. It's called Cool Cake.
It's called what?
I said there's like a store place, famous store place called Cool Cakes in California, in Los Angeles. And I'm like, I would definitely just go there. There's so many famous people have been there too.
How many?
A lot. Like, I go to their channel, and they're like, oh, such and such spent $10,000 on Cool Cakes today.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Like, I'm gonna go to the channel right now. We got, like, you see how it says, oh, agent run, see other people with the bags, you see other people with the bags, people go there, and like, all these people are famous.
Yeah. Fuck the famous people. Fuck them.
Huh?
Don't worry about famous people, dude.
I'm not going to famous, I just want to go there just because seeing it in person, that'd be cool.
Yeah, but how many people look at you as being cool?
I'm just saying, I'm just trying to show you how famous the actual place is.
Alright. I understand that. Understand?
So every time like I seen people make a PC, they would go to Micro Center. And I'm like, all right, cool, because they have like a lot of legitimate stuff, but there's not even one in Florida, I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
There's not even a Micro Center in Florida. So I wonder if they shipped it. Okay, so it's a shippable item. Let me see about that. Because literally, Micro Center has all the AMDs, all the everything.
Right.
They have literally everything, motherboard. But I gotta look for one in Jacksonville, man, because I can't have my packages be delayed all the time. Like,
right.
I was supposed to be done with the PC yesterday.
Yeah.
Now I'm probably not even gonna be done. I'm not even gonna be done tomorrow.
Well, as long as you know you did what you were supposed to do.
Yeah, but I can't make money at a faster rate.
You can make money if you already have it pre-ordered. Pre-ordered, son.
Huh?
All your parts, if you have 10 parts that need to be ordered, order 10 parts. That way you don't have to worry about ordering stuff. Everything's already ordered, so by the time you put everything together, it's good.
But yeah, there was no Micro Center in Florida. I don't even know why there's not even one in Florida. I can see in Jacksonville, because Jacksonville's like, it's nothing. But it's not even one in Florida.
So go out of Florida.
I can't just move out of Florida.
Yeah, you can. You don't have to stay in Florida just because you want to sell something.
You can't just move out of Florida.
Dude, you don't have to move out of Florida to make Florida sales.
That's why my team like I'm 65. I got 6,000 kills and 3,000 deaths.
There's one in Colorado, one in Georgia. That's the closest one in Georgia. I think there's 2 in Georgia. But there are literally none in Florida. So I gotta find another type of computer store in Florida, which is probably not even gonna beat Micro Center. Because Micro Center is that top tier stuff, and plus the whole more. I wouldn't do Best Buy, but no sirree, Bob. Best Buy wouldn't even hold everything. Plus, it would just be what it wouldn't even be good enough. But I did see this website that someone was testing on YouTube. It's called ps4, and it shows you like, you still there? No, you're not.
Nice, I'm here.
Alright, so I did this thing on YouTube where it said ps4.
Yeah.
And it shows you like all the list of stuff you need for a PC. Like you see your CPU, the CPU core, motherboard, memory, storage.
Yep.
Video card, all that stuff. And like when you press it, it brings it to here, and it's like telling you. So I'll do from 0 to like, I'll do 200 for the
Yes.
Do you have the exchange consultants? snacking up back here.
Yeah, man, I'm always snacking up back here.
How could I do? So I can do.
Alright, there you go, little man. That's 5, that's 10. That's 20. That's 10 and quarters. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1. Count your money. Make sure you got everything you got. You good? Let's get this done. Thank you.
I couldn't hear.
Well, the little kid was basically doing his work as a son.
I remember I used to sell candy, man. I used to actually make some good money.
Did you?
Yeah, man. I used to buy about like 50, maybe like $70 in candy. I made like $50 in profit every time, and I was selling pretty fast.
Yeah.
The only problem is I had to keep it like a secret.
Well.
You know, from the school.
Yeah.
Because, you know, they have all right to take that money.
They don't have all rights, but you have to
They
what?
can take some. Yeah, you're right. They don't have all right to take the whole money, but they can take about, what, half?
As long as you know you're doing what you're supposed to do as a person, they can't take nothing.
Oh man, I was selling pretty fast. I wasn't expecting to know because I was like, okay, so lunch cafeteria sells stuff like Skittles, and this is actually good because the lunch cafeteria sell like Skittles, they sell Skittles chips,
right.
And I would sell I was like, all right, I gotta sell Skittles. You know, Skittles is a classic. And you know, and guess what I put in? I sold Hershey's chocolate bar, which the lunch did too, but I sold king size, and they were cold.
Yes, sir.
Those would sell like in the morning already.
Yes, sir.
And then I sold Sour Patch Kids, but the lunch did not sell. I was thinking about doing Gatorade, but I was like, where am I gonna keep them at? I was like, where am I gonna keep them at?
You keep them where you keep them.
You know, keep them. So what?
Keep them where you keep them. Keep them cold. That way you can sell them.
I know. I said I don't know I'm gonna keep them. And then what else was I gonna say? Oh, and I started selling chips too. After that. Oh,
yeah.
No, this was I gonna say. I carried like a binder. Remember that big binder, that zipper binders?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would put my candy in there. So I think I was just for school. I just carried it around. And then some dude said I was like a drug dealer. Cause I was walking around with my hood on with my stuff.
Yeah.
That looks like a drug dealer.
But make sure you're always not being labeled as a drug dealer. Make sure you're labeled as somebody just trying to make some money.
Yep.
I love you, dude. I'm proud of you. I'm so proud of you.
So I got CPU cooler, CPU, motherboard, memory, storage, video card, case. Case. Power supply.
Case. What's up with Case?
I'm just writing everything down and seeing how much I should get. Optical drive.
Alright.
What's the optical drive? I can't think right now. I can't think what is the optical drive. Oh, okay. They're like DVD drives, right? Yeah, like
Yeah.
DVD. Yeah, optical drive is right here. I saw it right here. Optical drive, baby. How much did I buy it off Amazon? I want to look real quick. I bought it off Amazon for $21. That's not bad. And then you got the OS, which I already got one, so you know, I already got the OS.
Alright.
And I'm glad, you know, you bought it as a stick, because you could have bought it as like a digital download, and that should have been gone. That could have been the only one. No, I got a USB stick.
Good
And
job.
that's what I still got it.
Good job. Good job, son. Good job, dude.
Software. What is the software? Oh, these are like antivirus. What? I thought the OS. Yeah. So what is the software for? What is the software, Ace?
I don't know, dude. Like, I don't know.
Check, storing the storage laptop. You got case fans, case accessories. Oh, it's actually a good site. Sound cards, wired network adapters. Yep. Need one of those too. Network card. Headphones, keyboard, mouse, speakers, webcam. Damn, you got everything here. That's what I'm talking about. So CPU. Gosh.
All right.
Alright, Daddy, good night. Alright, Daddy, good night. Daddy.
Alright, son. I am back. Huh? Oh man, you ready to go to bed?
Yeah.
Alright, love you, dude.
Alright, talk to you later. See you tomorrow too.
Peace.
See you tomorrow too.
Peace. See you tomorrow, dude. Love you. Love you. Peace. Peace. Easily peace. I love you, son. I love you, Isaiah. I'm eating some nacho cheese Doritos. You just got off the phone with me. I love you, dude. I love you, son.
Are you high?
Don't fuck around with me, nigga. Don't fuck around. I will fuck your ass up. Keep it moving, bitch. Now I'm gonna get this brown dude, or wherever this dude is. I'm gonna look him up when I get my sparrow. You know what? Hopefully he's still in here. Motherfucking NPC, you know what? I'm still gonna get this dude. You know what? No, I'm not. Oh, wait a minute. Hooey. Alright, y'all, let's roll. Let's go, let's go. You know what? Since everybody wanna fuck me up in my shit, I'm gonna fuck everybody else up in their shit. Nah, don't come out, red dude. Don't come out your motherfucking house. Cause I'm gonna fuck your ass up. You in bed, Isaiah, so if you listening, don't listen. You understand me? I'm an adult, you're a child. I'm 41, you're 15, I can talk how I want to talk. When you get 41, you understand. But until you get 41, watch your mouth. Alright, so since I have been getting... Fuck, you know what? I really want to get my shit. Let me get my shit. I know it's been a long... I'm probably not going to make it. Let me try to make it. Because it has been sitting for a while. Stop it. Let's go to the police station, get this shit, and hopefully we can get it done. We don't got the 5-minute warning yet, so we at least got 5 minutes, y'all. You know what I'm talking about? Then why don't you understand what I say when I say? Then why don't you understand when I say what I say? Alright, nigga, let's go, let's go, let's go. Give me directions to this. Oh, they already got them. Let's go, let's go, let's get them. I ain't worried about y'all right now. Let me go get my truck. Since I don't, yeah, I don't have it. I don't have it. But I'm gonna go get this one though, right here. Always remember to put this shit back, man, because this shit is important if you don't have much. And right now, I don't have much. So, always gotta make sure I put that shit back, because when I need to order it, I need to order it. It's gonna come right up here. Boop. I fucked that one up, so I'm gonna grab this one. You know what I'm talking about? See that one? That one, it's not fucked up, but the door's fucked up. Let's go. Come on. I'm a level... Damn it, man. Fuck. I am level... There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Put that shit on the motherfucking map. Alright. I am level 30, y'all. I think 30. Oh, this is 216. Damn, I wish it was on my other account. I'm trying to get this from my other account. Basically, I'm going to do the Perico Heist, get double the weed. And I'm going to run to my second account and hook my second account up, because I ain't got no dollars. You see that? 2,000. I got no dollars, y'all. So I'm trying to hook myself up, if you will. But I still work hard on that account as well. I'm going here real quick. I'm gonna grab this shit and haul it motherfucking ass. You already know it. Look, I hate this one, man. I fucking hate this one. You know what? But it has to get done, right? especially with the phantom wedge, because your shit gets stuck right there. I shot you in the fucking head, you dumb bitch. You should be dead, motherfucker. I don't even need to shoot y'all. I'm just shooting y'all for the fun of it. I'm just shooting y'all for the fun of it, man. Cause I know I can get this shit. I've already got this shit many a time, dog. This is my shit, dog. I don't give a damn what y'all say. This is my shit. Get the fuck out of my way. What's your name? What's that white dude name that had the trip with the family and shit with the station wagon? Fuck you, dude. I'm gonna show you what I do, y'all. I go right over here. Boom. Get out this motherfucker. Get out this motherfucker. Watch this. 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 Oh. 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 Boom. I died, right? I died. I'm dead. Motherfucker. But guess what? Ain't no cops. Thank y'all. You're welcome. You're welcome, y'all. You're welcome. I used to be playing this motherfucker like I don't know what the fuck is going on. But now, but alright, so let's go. Well, what I usually do is I usually like try to outrun the cops and everything, but I started getting smooth with my shit. Like, man, why the fuck do I need to do this shit? All I gotta do is just motherfucking die. First off, y'all, I didn't die. I would just park the shit, run and hide. Like, I get out and I will go hide. Like, I would run across the street. Oh my gosh, these people after me. Oh my gosh, let me get away from these people. Oh my gosh. But I'm just gonna run in here and buy some shit, you know what I mean? Since I don't have no police on me. But I'd be like, oh my gosh, yes. Oh, please, give me some ammunition. I don't have insufficient funds? Oh, I will in a few minutes. Don't worry about it, y'all. But that's what I would do. I would park the truck, I would go to somewhere safe and hide. And then once they leave, bloop, I run back to the truck, be like, yo, baby, where you been all my life? Let's ride, baby. Let's ride. And then we ride. Let me plug my phone up, y'all, so I can charge it. I was supposed to motherfucking do some door dashing today, but I got my car stuck yesterday. I wanted to chill. But anyway, let's get this shit back to the fucking place we can do this. Perico Heist, baby. Ace 79179. And if you want to add my son, he is Icebreaker_Zay. We both be just doing this. I do it all day. He does it when he can. He's 15. I'm 41. I can do it when I want to. You understand? But all the kids, get at him. He plays other games. Let him know what you play. Alright? Yeah. Please be quiet. Get out of my way. Let me get my stuff. You know what? You better get out of the way, dog. You better get out of the way, dog. Oh, you already did. Never mind. Never mind. I'm just gonna go ahead and forget I said what I said. Let me get what I get. And I'm going to show you how I do what I do. Look at that shit. Pull up. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. It's time to do the Perico. Since it's time to do the Perico, we are going to online, up, find a new session, go back to our submarine instantly. No fucking around, excuse my expression, but this is for the 18 and older. So if you ain't got no business being online, you ain't got no business hearing what daddy got to say. Well, we finna head back to our submarine and we finna do what it do, baby. Baby. Right, y'all, here we go. We are in the sub. Let's go do the Perico, baby. Now, you know what? I'm gonna discontinue this right now, but hey, go to my next video. Look at all my videos, y'all. I'm gonna cancel this one because this one is like 17 hours old. What I want you to do is watch me correctly. Alright? Peace. I love y'all. Subscribe, like, hit, and share.